When I notice something is happening, I try to think of why is it happening. When I saw people who played in certain styles and I saw that they were winning, I wouldn't just, even if the style seemed weird, I wouldn't just dismiss it as that they just got lucky. I'd say, well, wait a second, might there actually be a reason why this style works? Of course, all the stuff we're talking about 40 years ago, now it's just second nature to thousands of gamblers. But when I first hit Vegas, there was basically no one who was thinking along these lines.
Hi, it's Runchuks. The following is my conversation with David Sklansky. He is a brilliant mind on the topic of gambling. He is one of the top authorities in the world. David is an author of several hugely successful books. Now, how about these terms? Semi-bluff, implied odds, effective odds. Sound familiar? Well, David coined those and many more. His insights on gambling and poker are invaluable, and some of his advice is timeless. Many of the concepts that David came up with 40 years ago are still relevant in your games today. David has rubbed shoulders with many of the greats in the industry, poker players, casino owners, businessmen. We discuss some of these encounters and adventures. I don't want to give you any spoilers. David shares some great anecdotes, and at the very least, you'll have a good laugh about some of those. We also dig into some big stories about cheating and collusion in the live games throughout the years, and there's so much more. As always, the timestamps are in the description. Makes it easier for you to jump around the topics if you feel like it. Links to David's books are also there. Check those out. And now, please enjoy this conversation with David Sklansky. Well, David, it's so great to have this conversation with you. I was so looking forward to it. So much to discuss, and I'm really glad you found the time.
That's no problem. I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
All right. Well, I'm sure I'll enjoy it because I read your book. Actually, I read 3 of your books, the 3 books that you recently came out with. And I don't even know where to start. So I think we'll start chronologically because there are so many stories from that book that I want to talk about. You've mentioned so many things that I'm sure not many people know about, not many people outside of that close-knit community have heard about. So I'm really looking forward to that. I want to start with the story of how you got into poker and gambling in general. Maybe let's start there and then go ahead slowly from there.
Okay. Well, in the book, I admit that part of the reason that I got into it is because I have some flaws or psychological problems that pushed me away from what the rest of my extended family does, which is to be academically inclined, and they're all professors and doctors. And one that was the other David Sklansky, for instance, was a clerk for Harry Blackmun of the Supreme Court and is now considered the best law professor in Stanford. And my father was a brilliant mathematician, and quite a few of the other ones are doing all the right things. But I had these little quirks that even I had similar talents, but I couldn't deal with academics that well. I would get bored easily. I had trouble sleeping, and as I was trying to figure out how to take advantage of my talents without having to go through all of the normal channels, all of a sudden Thorpe wrote a book about winning at blackjack, and there was a poker game at the University of Pennsylvania where everybody in the game would analyze every hand, and that pretty much set the tone for what I was going to do the next 40 years after that, because my talents and my flaws added up to becoming a professional gambler.
That's something I want to explore a bit more, because with all the talent for mathematics and with all the hate for academics that you had, why do you think you chose gambling as a path? What about it seemed like, okay, you know what, this is actually interesting and that's something that I want to do?
Well, first of all, back when I started, there was not nearly enough appreciation for the degree that mathematics and logic plays in gambling. That's no longer true. In fact, it might have already swung too far toward math. But back then, my abilities in probability and the stuff that my father had taught me at a very young age, and my aptitude for those kind of problems meant that it would be very simple for me to quickly become better at various forms of gambling than almost anyone who was presently doing it, because almost nobody had the slightest idea what they were doing. I mentioned a story in the book about how a fellow came up to me and asked me the simplest possible gambling problem, and to the point where I thought he had misunderstood about somebody who had challenged him. And after I told him, of course you're right, your side is right, 20 minutes later he came back and he gave me $500. And it was just so astonishing to me that this guy was willing to give me $500 because he had won a few thousand on a problem that was so simple that for anybody who knew the simplest math. And then later on, a few years later, I made a $30,000 score because the people who were printing parlay cards didn't know the simplest facts about combinations. So I was destined to go into this. There's been other people who've done the same thing. I mean, there's people who have beaten lotteries and who have beaten the early surrender deal they had in Atlantic City. The people who used to be involved in gambling, and even the professional gamblers, they were just clueless about basic probability. And then you add that to the fact that I had a sleeping problem. And I have a boredom problem. So what else was I going to do but be a professional gambler?
Yeah, it's interesting when you put it that way. And actually, just to put it in perspective, I want to stress that the $500 that you were talking about, that's $500 when back in the day when $500 actually was a lot of money.
Oh yeah, it was probably maybe 3,000, like 3,000 right now.
Yeah,
I did the simplest little calculation for him. I mean, I could tell you what it was. It's in the book what it was. It was a low ball draw calculation where somebody had challenged him to a low ball draw calculation problem because he had read something and he read it wrong. And it was just a silly little thing. But it was the first time I realized that, wow, I'm in Las Vegas and people were just throwing their money away. And I was hooked.
Mm. And also, you went in Pennsylvania to Wharton, which is one of the most prestigious business schools in the world. And you ended up finding a group of people, the 5 guys that were so obsessed with poker. I find it quite ironic, to be honest, because your father or your family in general, they persuaded you to go and pursue the path and go to the university. You were somewhat reluctant to go there, right?
Well, it never occurred to me that I wasn't going to go to college, even though I didn't really like school. But they didn't. I mean, probably if my father had his way, I would have gone to MIT. But already I kind of realized that I was not cut out to do the things that people have to do to advance highly in that field. So, but I was willing to go to Wharton, and I originally had planned to be an actuary, which would have been very boring for me, but simple. And then there was this poker game where they weren't exactly obsessed with it, but they were very interested in the game theoretically. And it was because of that, they did something that's never normally done in a poker game. I've never seen it before, where after almost every hand, they would talk about the hand. You know, if he had raised there, or he should have just called and let the other guy in. And because they were playing partly for money, but mainly for enjoyment, and mainly because they thought it was an interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was part of my, my upbringing in poker. So, and as that was going on, it became more and more obvious to me that there was a lot of things about poker that had never been thought of before, or at least never in an organized way. And eventually, of course, I put that on paper in the book, The Theory of Poker. But that's one of the things I do. When I notice something is happening, I try to think of why is it happening. When I saw people who played in with certain styles, and I saw that they were winning, I wouldn't just, even if the style seemed weird, I wouldn't just dismiss it as that they just got lucky. I'd say, well, wait a second, might there actually be a reason why this style works? I mean, like the semi-bluff came into my head that way. I would notice that they did a lot of semi-bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they didn't call it semi-bluffing because that word didn't exist until I wrote it. But that's what they were doing. And then I said, well, wait a second, semi-bluffing is similar to another play that was considered wrong until they figured it out, which is in blackjack, the soft doubling down. Semi-bluffing and soft doubling down are mathematically similar. Your chances of winning isn't high enough to make it worth it. Your chances of improving isn't high enough to make it worth it. But when you combine the two, you have a winner. You have a plus EV. And that was something that some people hit upon without even necessarily knowing why. And they would be winners. So I would look at the winner and I would say, what is he doing and why might it be working? Of course, all the stuff we're talking about 40 years ago, now it's just second nature to thousands of gamblers.
Mm-hmm.
But when I first hit Vegas, there was basically no one who was thinking along these lines.
Yeah, and there was an interesting mention in your book of a digital calculator. When you first got your hands on a digital calculator, and not many people
Right.
had those back in the day, you felt like you have this huge advantage, which you did in a way, because all of a sudden, a lot of the problems that you were trying to solve were so much easier. It's just crazy.
I could do them so much quicker.
Well,
right, sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's just crazy to think that something as simple as a calculator could have given an advantage back in the day, when nowadays, people are measuring who has the stronger solver and a faster computer and all of those things. And, that we came a long way from the beginnings, so to say.
Right. Well, that calculator, which was given to all of the actuarial trainees, which I did do for a few months, that calculator is what I used to figure out the relevant probabilities for draw poker. Jacks are better. A game that actually, I'm surprised it totally died, because it actually is a nice little game. But it used to be very well, highly played, because it used to be the only game you could play in California, either that or low ball draw. I don't even know how many people know that, but California had legalized poker for many, many years in a town called Gardena and a few others, but you could not play stud poker, and hold'em didn't even exist. So draw poker was easy to calculate, but still there was a lot of fractions to multiply, et cetera, and it was so much easier when you did have this digital calculator.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did at work instead of doing what I was supposed to be doing. I was figuring out draw poker problems. We're talking about like 1969, I think, something like that.
And I wonder how was it? How must have it felt when you are seeing these gambling problems as a mathematical problem. So looking at those from a different lens to most people, and also being in the field, which even nowadays it's not regarded as, something reputable. Oh, you're a gambler. It doesn't sound that great, but back in the day, it was probably even worse. So how did you feel about the whole thing when you see everything from a different lens, and when you're doing something that not many people were professional gamblers back then?
Well, the main thing, I mean, the fact that it wasn't reputable didn't bother me, except for the fact that my parents were not happy about it. So they, but as far as the general public thinking, oh, you're a gambler, I wasn't too worried about that. I just was enjoying the fact that I didn't have to deal with the day-to-day problems that the average person has to do. Get up at 6 a.m, put on a tie. That was another thing about me. I couldn't stand wearing ties. I've only worn a tie in my whole life, maybe. Well, there was one short-term job, and aside from that, maybe 10 times in my life I've worn a tie. I don't like the feeling of it against my neck. So all those things, I mean, and then now I'm in Las Vegas, and I can get up when I want, and I can play as long as I want, quit when I want. It's really, the concept isn't even that strange anymore, because the fact is nowadays the poker champions are probably have a lot in common with with me back then. There's a lot of really smart poker players now who could have done a lot of other things and chose to instead play poker. Although nowadays some of them are regretting it, because it has become so tough that some of them are saying, they should have stayed in school, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I quit college after 1 year, basically. So when I saw what I could do as playing cards, it was too enticing.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get to finish like the other people who went to Wharton, such as Steve Wynn, Lyle Berman, Michael Milken, and Donald Trump. They were all there approximately the same time as me, a couple of years before. I think I was a freshman when Trump was a senior.
Okay. And there was a really funny story about Trump in the book. Do you know what? Actually, let's just jump into that, because it's just the whole thing is so beautiful. And I want to come back to the beginnings of you gambling, but I guess we can come back to it. And let's just go into that beautiful, interesting business relationship that you had with Bob Stupak. So let's start there, and I guess eventually we'll come to the Donald Trump story, which is so fascinating and funny. So tell a bit about Bob and how you met him, and maybe for those who don't know who Mr. Stupak was, a bit about himself.
Well, he wound up being a significant person in Las Vegas, because he is the man who built the Stratosphere Tower in Las Vegas, which has got to be probably the second most well-known tower in the world after the Eiffel Tower, right? And although, as I think I mentioned in the book, it probably wouldn't have been, I either mentioned it in this book or the other one, DUCY, that it wouldn't have been built if I had not pushed him to build it. But that's a different story. He was very Trump-like, actually. Not as well educated, though. And but he was very ambitious, and he came up with a bunch of different schemes to make money. And then when he got to be about 25 years old, he decided to take his $1 or $2 million and build a little small casino in Vegas between downtown and the Strip. It was a seedy part of town, but he had enough money to build a 100-room hotel casino. And but he did various things to try to get publicity for himself, and he liked hanging around the big shots, but he wasn't a big shot, except for the fact that he had come up with one particular game that got him a lot of renown, a game called Double Exposure 21. Mm-hmm. And also another game called Crapless Craps. And that got him some extra business, even though he had a small little casino. Anyway, it's the World Series of Poker, and he started hanging out there, even though he didn't really know how to play poker, because that's where the action was. And I was, I guess, around, this was about 1975, I think. And so I had been in Vegas for about 3 years. I had written my first book. And when he showed up at the World Series of Poker, this was my opportunity to try to ingratiate myself with an owner. I had discovered that trying to ingratiate myself with anybody below owner could backfire, because if you're an expert in something and then you tout yourself to the vice president, he's going to steal what you say, or he's not going to pass it along because he's afraid that he will look bad. Mm. But if you can go all the way up to the owner, then that's a different story. And here was my first owner. And so I went up to Bob Stupak and I said, you should know me because I know more about gambling than anybody in the world, is what I said to him. And that didn't bother him that I said something so arrogant. Mm-hmm. But what he said to me, as I describe in the book, was kind of unusual. He said, well, if you're so smart, then tell me what the odds are for a crapless craps, which was like the perfect thing for him to say, because that's my specialty, that kind of thing. And so I took a piece of paper, I spent 10 minutes, I gave him the answer, and he was duly impressed. He said, come have lunch with me tomorrow at my place. And he asked me a couple gambling problems, and I suggested to him that I could also help him with some of his other decision-making problems. He agreed on the spot and hired me to be his consultant, but he called me not his consultant, but his resident wizard, because he gave me a free room.
Must be the best.
I still have the cards. I still have the cards from Vegas World. So I was his resident wizard, and I lived off and on in his place for several years, actually, in a nice little suite there that he gave for me. Mm-hmm. And, came up with a couple dozen ideas for him and became a personal friend of his. And then one of the things he did for publicity, this wasn't my idea, but it was his idea, was to bet $1 million on the Super Bowl. The first person to ever bet $1 million on the Super Bowl. He bet $1 million on the Super Bowl. He won it. He got some publicity. And then a few weeks later, we're strolling through a casino, and he says, "Well, it seems like I got to do something else now. What can I do? What can I do next?" And I said, "I think I have an idea for you, Bob." I said, "There's a new game that just came out called Trump the Game. Trump, the game." And not only did the game just come out, but when Trump advertised this game, he was a little bit nasty in the advertisement, and at the end of it, it said, in these newspaper advertisements, it would say something like, "This game will tell you whether you have what it takes or not." But if you don't worry about it. You can just go home and enjoy the wife and the kids. That was what Trump said. So I said to Bob, challenge Trump at his own game for $1 million. And the first thing Bob said was, well, I don't even know how to play the game. And I said, I don't think he's going to accept the challenge, but if he does, believe me, I'll make you the favorite. I don't know the game either, but it doesn't matter. I don't care what the game is. I'll learn it well enough that you'd be a big favorite over Trump at his own game. Mm-hmm. And Bob put 2 full-page ads in 2 Eastern papers. The New York Post was one, and I don't remember the other one. And you can still find it. You can Google this, and you'll see the ad that Bob said where he challenged Trump. And then at the end, he said, at the end of the ad, he said, but don't worry, Donald, after I beat you, you can still enjoy the wife and the kids. And then, of course, the New York press, asked Trump, are you going to play him? What are you going to do? He couldn't ignore it. It was a full-page ad in the New York Post. Mm-hmm. And he did ignore it. Well, he didn't ignore it. What he said was, well, look, I can always get unlucky. Stupak is trying to get publicity off of my name, and I'm not going to do it because maybe I'll get unlucky, but it wasn't a very persuasive counter-argument. Mm-hmm. But the funny thing about the game was that neither Bob nor Trump knew that you needed 3 people. All Trump had to do was say, it's one of those games you need 3 people to play or more. All he had to do was say, well, how can I play him? He needs 3 people. But he didn't even know that about his own game.
Yeah, that
was about, I don't know,
crazy.
Yeah. But that was just one of, as I said, a couple dozen crazy ideas that I came up with for Stupak. Some of them, the ideas were mathematical. Mm-hmm. Some of them were not really at all mathematical, but they were just outside the box thinking, and some were like a combination, partly mathematical, partly outside the box, and in a few cases, kind of not nice because we were taking advantage of people's ignorance, which I loved to do when they're trying to take advantage of me. I was less proud of taking advantage of people's ignorance when they weren't trying to beat me. Mm-hmm. And a few of the promotions I did for Bob were in that category. Probably the best example, although he wound up not doing it, but was when there was a slot tournament that was giving away $1 million. First prize was $1 million, second prize $50,000, third prize $20,000, fourth prize $10,000. And it was a year-long tournament, and these regular people were going to go up on a stage and play. And I said to Bob, if you offer them all $60,000 each, you save $800,000, and they still might take it because 3 out of 4 of them are going to get less than $60,000. And they did take it. They were willing to take it. They all had an EV of $260,000, and they were willing to take $60,000 because of So that was an example of of one of the things that I did that I wasn't particularly proud of, but it paid my way, paid my salary. But we had all kinds of crazy things happen to us, some of which I didn't even mention in the book.
Like, for example?
Well, I think I didn't mention in some cases I don't remember, but I don't think I mentioned the one about the Jerry Lewis telethon, did I?
No.
Okay, Jerry Lewis did a telethon in Vegas for many years, and Trump used to run around dressed horribly and shabbily, and I wasn't much better. And we used to just go, but he had already become a very big shot because he was about to build the tower, and he had run for mayor, and he was the second most prominent person for a while in Las Vegas. He had gotten to that point, and we get to the entrance to the Jerry Lewis telethon that went every year for muscular dystrophy, and we are stopped by the security guard. And he said, you can't come in without a ticket. And he said, and Bob said, okay, well, how much is it? And he said, you got to get the ticket. You got to go back into the casino and get a ticket. And so Bob said, well, what would it take for us not to get a ticket? Because he's ready to give the guy $100 to just let us in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the security guard takes umbrage. And he said, the only way you'd be able to get in here without a ticket is to be Steve Wynn or Bob Stupak. And to my regret, Bob didn't do what I would have done, which is say, oh, why didn't you just tell me? Okay, I'm Bob Stupak. He didn't do that. He said, okay, never mind. And he walked away. But
wow.
I mean, he thought that was the cooler thing to do. I don't know. But that was just stuff like that happened all the time with him and me, especially because, like I said, he never did act anywhere the way you would expect a casino owner to act. But it was partially because of me, because I was constantly coming up with crazy ideas for him.
Maybe since we're on the subject of Bob, let's talk about the Stratosphere Tower and how you helped to make it happen.
Well, what I did is I took advantage of what I thought was an obvious psychological, logical principle. We realized that the tower was going to cost about $50 million to build. Bob did not have $50 million to invest, and he was trying to get other people to invest in it in various ways. And he was having trouble getting investors. And so he had abandoned the idea, actually. He said, I can't get the money. I need $50 million to build this thing. And I said, Bob, let me just ask you a question, because I had seen the plans for it. He had already had an architect make these beautiful plans, and I knew what it was going to look like. And in fact, other people did. He had the renderings was well known. Mm-hmm. And I said, Bob, let me ask you a question. I think maybe they don't trust that you will actually build it after you get this money, because he had kind of a bad reputation as not always following through on things. I said, this tower that's 1,000 feet high, how high could you build it for the 10 million that you have? He said, I could go all the way up to the pod. I could go like 850 feet. The 40 of that 50 million is just that top part. I said, Bob, if you start building it, you build it up a few hundred feet, so it'll cost you a few million, you're going to get the investors. That'll be enough to get the investors, because they're not going to look at it and say he only spent 6% of the money. They're going to say, well, the thing's halfway up. And that's exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. He said, yeah, well, I think I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to take your advice and see if you're right. And that's what happened. And he acknowledged that that's what happened. He built it with his own money, but when he got it up about halfway, he got the rest of the money to build it all the way. That's what that was my contribution to realize that once he got it up halfway, that the investors would show up. Mm.
So you basically approached it as a gambling problem in a way.
Yeah, well, because I knew part of the reason he wasn't getting it was because they didn't trust him. Mm-hmm. So, see, most people don't like to tell truth to power, I guess you call it. But I didn't mind saying it to him. If I was Trump's advisor, he'd be president again, because that's his biggest problem. He makes mistakes, and people are afraid to insult him to his face when he does make obvious mistakes. Mm-hmm. But I wasn't afraid to tell Bob the truth when I thought that, of course, Bob probably wasn't as sensitive as as Trump is. When someone pointed out to Bob something that might make him feel personally bad, but it would make him feel financially good, he appreciated it. So I said, the reason they're not giving you money is because they don't trust you. Get it halfway up, and you'll get the money. That's how that Stratosphere got built. It's funny because I look at that Stratosphere, and I say, it's shown every time they show Las Vegas. They show that tower, and I legitimately have the right to say that's because of me. I mean, and Bob. I mean, Bob probably, in common sense says that he deserves more credit than me, even though it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me. But I take quite a bit of credit for that tower. Did you ever go to the Moscow Tower?
No, I've never been to the Moscow Tower. No.
Oh. Because I don't know if I mentioned in the book. I mentioned in the book that I went to Russia, but I don't know if I mentioned that the reason we went to Russia mainly was to see the Moscow Tower.
That's right.
A lot of people don't even know there's a Moscow Tower. Most people don't even know there's a Moscow Tower. I didn't know it. It's a pretty nice tower too, but not as famous. I mean, the only famous ones are Seattle Tower, Toronto Tower, the Eiffel Tower, and this one, and the Stratosphere. Those are the most famous, I think.
Yeah, and the Stratosphere definitely very iconic, and whenever you see Vegas on a picture, it's right there. It's right there.
Yeah, we had a lot of trouble getting approval for it too. I mean, it was they tried to stop it, and they used arguments that were specious to try to stop it, but most of the people in the government at the time did not like Bob. And somehow he got a good enough lawyer to make them. I mean, they were saying it was going to interfere with the airplanes, but that's ridiculous. Now that argument now looks ridiculous because clearly the tower has less. It's so far away from the airport compared to, let's say, the Mandalay Bay or a couple of the other hotels that are very near the airport, and they approved those. Anyway, that's the story with the tower.
Right. And you know what? Let's circle back to your gambling exploits. And I found it really fascinating that, and you several times you described a situation where you would see an advertisement for some sort of promotion from a casino. And you couldn't believe your eyes. You were thinking, like, well, this can't be right. First of all, must be a misprint.
Right. Well, there were two situations that were so ridiculous that any decent freshman in college who took a simple course in probability would instantly see how insane they were. And so even though they were advertising in the paper, I thought, okay, some marketing guy just didn't understand. And by the time it rolls around that we can do this, somebody will have told him that, you can't do this, but it didn't happen. One had to do with parlay cards. And the bottom line was that the parlay card, besides paying the normal payoffs, was paying paying 20 for 1 if you got 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. But the chances, whereas the chances of getting 10 out of 10 is 1 out of 1,024, the chances of getting 8 out of 10 is 45 out of 1,024. You are, in fact, 45 times more likely to hit exactly 8 out of 10 than 10 out of 10. And that's just simple combinatorics. And so just that, if you bet every combination, it would cost you $1,024 at $1 a piece. Just the 8 out of 10 payoff got you back 20 times 45, which is 900. You got 900 of that 1,024 back just from that. And plus you got to a bigger payoff for 9 out of 10 and a really big payoff for 10 out of 10. The bottom line was, in simplest terms, if you walked up to the bookmaker with 1,024 cards that included every combination, and you gave them $1,024, you could then say to him, listen, I'm going to save you some trouble so you don't have to do the calculations. Just give me $1,700, or approximately $1,700. It was $900 plus 600 plus, I think it was 160. Anyway, it was about 1,700 with no risk. We're talking no risk. It was a little bit more complicated than that, but basically no risk. Now, and they advertised this. Everybody in town knew it. Everybody in Las Vegas knew that the Stardust was doing this. Mm-hmm. And I heard there was one other person who took advantage of it. And, mind-boggling. And then a few years later, there was an advertisement involving a small casino where they were offering to pay you 1.5 times your normal win in craps if you rolled a 7 or 11 to start with. If you won your bet by hitting your point, no, that's even money. But if you won your bet by hitting a 7 or 11 to start with, you got 1.5 times your bet. So they gave you an extra half a bet 8 out of 36 times, an extra half a bet. So they were giving you an extra approximately 11%. And you start off with a 1.5% disadvantage. Now you have a 9.5% advantage. And what you needed to do that was to take your money and put it on the pass line. Mm-hmm. That was the skill you needed.
Mm-hmm. But that skill, more people caught on to that.
Well, that one more people caught on to it, yes. But they still, right, because that was so easy. But there's still not that many people, about maybe 30 people out of a population of 100,000. Mm-hmm. Like, where was everybody else? And how come nobody told them? And how could they not even think? How did they do it? What made them think of this? That's why every time I would ever consider doing anything other than being a gambler or something like that would happen, I'd say, I can't leave here. Mm-hmm. And there's been a couple of situations that I should have been there and I didn't. And I mentioned in the book where I kind of kicked myself. New Jersey did something even worse. New Jersey probably gave away $50 million because of their blackjack rule. I don't know how much you want to get into the weeds, but they had something called early surrender. Mm-hmm. I didn't take advantage of this, but lots of people did. And all they had to do was play basic blackjack strategy, including the early surrender strategy. And for every $100 they bet, they made, I don't know, about 60 cents. But, when you do that 200 times an hour, you're making, $120 an hour on the average. And mm-hmm. There's just been so many things like that. And now I think it's finally gone away, not just because people are capable of doing probability problems, but also because the ones who don't do the probability problems know they better ask somebody who knows how to do them. Mm. So that's what is so. And of course, this is extended into poker, and it's kind of unfortunate because here the math is a little bit more complicated than probability. It's game theory, mm-hmm. which is more complicated. But that's sort of sad because if you play perfect game theory, you do not have to try to figure out what the other person has. And that takes away what used to be a major interesting aspect to poker. But we're going off the subject. I'm glad to talk about that if you want to.
No, for sure. Let's talk about it. Why not? Once we're at the subject.
Okay.
Because that's, in your new book, the theory of no limit hold'em, right?
The theory of poker applied to no limit. I took my original book, The Theory of Poker, and that original book did mention no limit here and there, but it used to not be an important game. And I realized that some of the concepts in the original book needed to be adjusted when you're playing no limit. It didn't have to be no limit hold'em, but and no limit requires an adjustment. So what I did is I would basically went through the original book. It's the new book is almost exactly the same chapter names, and I wrote what it was written pretty much as under the assumption that you had read the original book, and I pointed out where things changed. I was actually quite proud of that book, though, because there really was a lot of things to talk about, and I think I even threw some things in there that were never written about before. Some of the ideas I have in there were basically never written about before, I don't think.
Right.
And so that, but game theory is, people don't play perfect game theory, but they use it as their default strategy. So they say, if I'm in a situation where I know how the other guy plays and the best counter strategy isn't game theory, then I'll do it. But if I'm not sure, I can default to game theory, because the thing about game theory is if you do in fact play perfect game theory, you are unbeatable. And perfect game theory does not require that you know how the other person plays, or that you even try to figure out how the other person plays, which is sort of a sad thing, because poker used to require several talents, and now it requires one less talent. And actually, something is going on as we speak. I think you may know about it. There's a head-up match between Doug Polk and Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, of course.
As we speak. And most people think that Doug Polk is a very big favorite. And then there's other people who find that difficult to understand, because Daniel has done so well in tournaments. But Doug has done very well in head-up games. But the way to reconcile those opinions is because Doug, in general, tries to stick to what he thinks is proper game theory. Daniel has had success has come from playing against bad players. Now, if you play game theory against bad players, you will win. But you will win significantly less than you would have if you adjusted to their bad play. So you have a situation where I could be quite a bit better than you or more successful than you against bad players, but when you play me, you'll beat me. And that's the situation. In other words, Daniel plays bad players better than Doug does. Yet Daniel will still probably lose to Doug because of the nature of this game theory stuff. Most games don't work like that. If I can beat a bad player in bowling worse than you can, then I'm going to beat you too, right? And most games are like that. But in this particular situation, it's not, because of this game theory, which I have mixed emotions about. I mean, I mentioned game theory in my original theory of poker book, but I only talked about it in a specific situation, namely bluffing on the river. But now they've extended it to all streets, and even I extended it to all streets in the new book, and the apply to no limit theory of poker.
Yeah. And you know what, David, I want to just mention something, sort of sidetrack on the topic of your books, because first of all, I find that they're amazing, right? I think what you did for the poker world, it's great. And so first of all, thank you for that. And second, I want to say that, just looking from a perspective of an online poker player, or predominantly an online poker player, such as I am, I know that people are less and less impressed by the poker books because everybody is, once again, too focused on their solver work. Let's call it that way.
On their what?
On their solver work. So on their computers, on the solvers, on the game theory.
Solvers. Okay, yes.
Solvers, yeah.
Okay.
But I want to say that, it's so stupid to dismiss the basic ideas, the ideas that you talk about in your book from so many angles. And I find that there's so much great advice in those, so I can highly recommend everybody checking them out. And to be honest, like your original book sold 250,000 copies, right? Or something
at
like
least.
That. Yeah.
My top 4 books, I think, have sold about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Each.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's crazy numbers to think about it. And also the terms that you coined, right? Because nowadays everybody knows what a semi-bluff means, what implied odds are, what are the effective odds. There's even the term Sklansky dollars. I don't know if you've coined it yourself.
Yeah, Sklansky bucks. Yeah, I didn't coin it myself. And the DUCY that I told you about, that's another, comes from me. People use it without even realizing.
Yeah, and also just the whole concept of looking at the set of Hold'em hand combinations as a chart. That was also novel. Seems so obvious nowadays, but that was something you came up with.
Well, and the chart isn't perfect. But what happened is that when I first wrote my first book, Hold'em was a weird game because it's not obvious which is better than which. There's 3 different kinds of good hands. There's the pairs, there's the 2 high cards, and then there's the suited connectors. Mm-hmm. So, and then, but how do you intersperse them? So what I did is I realized they needed to be interspersed, so that let's say King Queen offsuit, let's say King 10 offsuit, probably is isn't as good as 9/8 suited. So I think I'm not even sure. I think I had 9/8 suited a little bit higher than King 10 offsuit, mm-hmm. And then pair of 4s. Where does that go? And compared to the 9/8 suited, but a pair of 8s would maybe be higher. And so I just it was like shuffling them all together, and I wasn't that concerned about being perfect at all. But the problem was that for most people was before I did that, they really just didn't know. They were thinking that Ace-7 offsuit was better than Queen Jack suited, and because it was an ace. Mm-hmm. And in fact, it is better if you're going to nowadays when you're looking to go all in before the flop, head up. You'd rather have the Ace-7, but that's nobody thought about that stuff at the time. Mm-hmm. I always was trying to find new ways to look at things that hadn't really been thought of. One of the things I write about now, I've written in a couple books, was the idea that if your opponent is making an obvious mistake, you should not play the perfect exploitive strategy, but rather only play the exploitive strategy maybe 80% of the time, and the other time play the theoretically incorrect strategy in order to keep him from learning or noticing what you're doing. Mm-hmm. So there's an example of using some psychology. I mean, I gave an example of the tournament I won where in draw poker, when I opened for the size of the pot, my opponent was only calling with a pair of 7s or better. So I was getting even money on my openings with nothing. Mm-hmm. And he was only calling with the top 25% of his hands. So it was an insanely correct play to open everything. He's only calling 25% of the time. However, I didn't do that because had I opened everything, he would start to realize that he's holding too much. So I would throw away my worst 20% of my hands to keep him playing incorrectly. And this is something I went into. This is, combining psychology with game theory. I've never seen that particular concept written about, purposely playing a little bit bad to keep him playing bad rather than to teach him. And I notice things and then I write about them.
Mm. Yeah, indeed. I found that specific example, which you just mentioned, so fascinating and so beautiful because, in the modern age where we get too bogged down into what the solver says and what is the actual strategy that we're supposed to execute, oftentimes we forget that we're not playing against a solver. We're not playing against a GTO, right? So, as you've mentioned already, if you just merely execute the perfect strategy, you're not necessarily maximizing your win rate. What you're making sure is that you're not exploitable. That's about it. But, with an example that you just mentioned, were you to open 100% of the hands, which would be the correct strategy, well, guess what? Maybe you lose the customer, so to say, because your opponent catches on to it and stops making his mistake.
On the other side of the coin, though, the poker players used to be only exploitable. They didn't know the default strategy and didn't know there was such a thing as a default strategy. And so they were making a mistake. So what I wrote about was combining two different aspects of poker, knowing their proclivities, knowing how they play, but also keeping in mind what the game theory solution is, so you don't stray too far from it, or at least to know that the further you stray from game theory, the more risk you may be taking that you've misevaluated how bad he plays or how incorrectly he plays, and you better not stray too far, because that is that also could be a problem. And I've tried to come up with as many such situations where I don't think that it's been fully understood what should be thought about, about poker and even about other things. I mean, even about, like, for instance, the election that just happened 2 days ago. And they're talking about why did Trump do better than the polls? Well, I think that, and their argument, what they're saying is that there were a lot of people lying to the pollsters, that they wanted Trump and they wouldn't admit it. And that may be true, but I thought of something that I don't think has been mentioned very much. I think that there's a lot of people who just barely know anything about politics. And the only thing that they did notice the last few days is that Trump was willing to do the 15 rallies in 3 days or 4 days. So that's the only thing they knew about either one, that he had the energy to do that. And that might have swung 2 or 3%, and that might have been the reason for the polls being wrong. And I'm just using that as an example, not because I care about this particular subject, but because I guess my father trained me to always just wonder, what is going on here? What's really going on? Is there something that people aren't thinking about that they could do? And of course, in the book, I have about 25 ideas for the world, mainly just based on logic and common sense. As far as I'm concerned, they're based on common sense. And yet, for some reason, people, they're set in their ways. The average person likes to think that once they've come up to the normal solution, that they can be done with it and they don't have to continue to think about, might there be a way to improve upon this? The average person is a sort of allergic to, they want to be able to say, okay, I've got this over with, now I don't have to think about it anymore. that was never me. I always used to like to say, wait a second, is there something that can be done here? Is there something that people are missing? Let me just think about, like even with the COVID thing, should there possibly be, and in fact, it's happening in England finally, is where they're actually getting young volunteers to infect themselves. So that way you don't have to wait for randomness. There's just a lot of different ideas that are not explored. It seems like the average person just would rather know that it has been solved and they don't have to think about it anymore. And I always was the opposite. I used to like to think, is there something?
Right. And I think the best example of that is that time when you caught on to that advertisement, right, where only 2 people found the exploit. Because the default response from anyone would be, oh, well, the corporation has a new promotion. Well, good for them. How many people actually go into the details, go into the math, and start thinking about, what, this doesn't make sense. Surely there's a mistake. Right?
Most people just automatically assume that if the person is offering it, if the company is offering it, they must have figured it out.
Exactly.
And it didn't occur to them to look at it for a minute or see, is there something that can be done? And I'm not the only one who has done these kind of things. I mean, there was a couple that I heard made millions finding a flaw in their state lottery somewhere. And the average person just says, well, if it was. Now it's funny because with Bob Stupak, he was considered so crazy, he was able to overcome that problem. So when he offered some of his games, like the one I told you about with Double Exposure 21, where he showed the whole card. Basically, he showed the dealer's whole card, and he only paid even money on blackjack, and he won ties. So, but you played against 2 up cards. Well, he didn't have to worry about this syndrome of people saying, well, if he's offered it, it must be right. It must be good for him. He didn't have to worry about that because so many people thought he was incompetent and crazy, and they actually thought that he offered a game that was easily beatable, and it wasn't true. His game wasn't easily beatable, and therefore, because of his reputation as being nutty, then he made millions. People took limousines from Caesar's Palace to play this game at his dumpy hotel. But in general, you're right. If people offer something, most people just assume that it must be okay. And I'm less likely to do that. Of course, that gets me into trouble because I'm always being skeptical of when an expert says something.
Yeah,
I know that doesn't. I mean, one of the more famous examples that has nothing to do with me is the ulcers. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but forever people thought that ulcers was caused by too much acid and stress. Turns out it's caused by a germ. And the doctor, everybody assumed that everybody else knew that it was caused by stress and acid, but it wasn't. It was caused by a germ. That's just something that they found out recently because some doctor wasn't willing to just accept that people. There's so many things, you'll see that on the news that they'll just keep on saying what someone else said, what someone else said. Nobody even bothers to think about, might this be wrong? There's a few, though. Few people do that, but not nearly enough.
Yeah, you're right. And it's such a skill. And speaking of skills, I really like what you did with your probability book, the probability and statistics for 12-year-olds, and maybe you, as you put it in the title.
That's what was the name of the title, yes. Probability and statistics for 12-year-olds and maybe you.
Yeah. And
And it's written in a different way than any other math book. It's written like in a conversational style.
Right.
And as simply as I could make it.
Yeah.
What was the part that you liked?
I didn't go through all of it, but I skimmed through and just picked up a few parts that I was the most interested in. And there was just one part which I think ties in with what we were just talking about, where you talk about the coincidences and thinking of coincidences matching up, right? It's basically on the same idea, of looking at some events that people normally wouldn't even try to connect or dismiss as unimportant, and you just see them in a different light to most people.
Yes, but although I'm really just applying Bayes' theorem.
Yeah.
The simplest way to describe what I do is I try to find situations where you could apply more math than people think. It could be whether to go for a first down in football or whether to punt or whether to, they're starting to do this now too. All these things are finally starting to happen, but they didn't even consider it back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And when somebody did want to broach the possibility of using some math, the coaches would make fun of those people. Again, they're finally not doing that. They're listening to people like that. Whether you should, whether you should bunt or whether you should go for a first down. Even in soccer, which I assume is your game, right? That would be the game that you're more in.
Yeah, that's true.
But one of the things that has been discovered is there's a game theory situation in soccer. Are you familiar with it? This is not my idea. I read about this in the book in the what's that book by the economics guy? Freakonomics.
Okay.
One of his Freakonomics books, he mentions that on the penalty kick, not the penalty kick, at the end is that called the penalty kick? When the tie-breaking kicks, are those called penalty kicks?
Yeah.
Well, in the penalty kick, so basically, assuming you don't miss it yourself, it's the only way that it's going to be stopped is if the goalie guesses right and jumps in the right direction. He still might not stop it, but at least if he doesn't do that, you're guaranteed to make it. He has a chance if he guesses right. That's basically the way that situation works.
Right. Yeah.
But
obviously, also the opposing player can just miss, but
but that's different.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: if you kick it straight up the middle, and he's jumping to one side or another, you're gonna make it easy. You're not even taking any chances of losing.
Yeah.
But the goalie should at least sometimes not jump. And you can prove mathematically that it's actually a probability problem. And I don't know whether they've adopted it, but it turns out that the goalie should occasionally not move, but it also means that you should occasionally, because he's usually jumping, you should go up the middle. But nobody does that because they look stupid. They both look stupid if they do that. Because if I just hit it right up the middle and he hasn't moved, someone's going to say, "What did you do? You just kicked it right into it." Anyway, people do these. They're not willing to pay attention to the statistics, whether or not like in basketball. Almost certainly, a player will be able to improve his free throw shooting if he practices shooting underhand. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah,
but,
I knew that. I think Michael.
But they don't do that because they don't want to look like.
was talking about it recently. Okay.
Yeah. These are all things though that people resist for one reason or another. Maybe for psychological reasons, or maybe because they don't want to look foolish or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There was a children's girls basketball coach for like an elementary school that he knew almost nothing about basketball, and his kids were, I think they were Asian, and they were not used to playing basketball, and they were less talented than their opponents. But these were like 8-year-old girls, right? So what he did is he taught them to be concentrate very hard on defense. Now, defense is part of the game, but I guess there's sort of like maybe neither side usually plays strong defense when you're an 8-year-old girl. He taught them to play strong defense. And basically the other team never scored. His team became like champion because he found a trick that worked. And again, he thought outside the box. A lot of this could also be described as thinking outside the box. There's a lot more to be said for thinking outside the box, I think, than people realize. That was one of the knocks against Trump that I didn't think was a good knock. Like, for instance, he said that maybe we should buy Greenland. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, maybe that is ridiculous once you look at the details of it. But when I heard that he had said, maybe we should buy Greenland, when I heard that, I considered that to be an attribute of Trump's, even if it turned out to be a stupid idea. The fact that it would even cross his mind, I think that's a good thing, that things like that cross your mind. In this particular case, it was ridiculous, but I guess it was ridiculous, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. And most people are very happy with the status quo in their brains. They don't like the idea that there might be a better way to do something. And of course, that's in my book. I talk about various things.
And actually in your book, exactly on that topic is that story. I believe that was about Jeff Yass, the billionaire, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mixing up the people. But I think you talked about some situation in 7-card stud. You explained,
right.
You explained the situation to him, and then he goes on to ask, what about 8-card stud? Which is, on the surface, a ridiculous question.
He was like 24 years old. He said, what about 8-card stud? And it was a beautiful question because there's no such thing as 8-card stud, but he knew that if he knew the answer to 8-card stud, it would give him more of an insight into what he was trying to find out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the kind of thing that, and now he's a billionaire. In fact, he did it. Jeff, he was one of the first people to make money in the options market. And now there's a lot of people who are doing it, so it's a lot tougher, although he's still doing very well. But the funny thing is, Jeff, even as he became super wealthy in the options market, he still enjoyed finding other ways of making money, and he continued to make money by betting pick sixes, which is where you have to win all six races at the racetrack, and sometimes there'd be $1 million prize because to win six races in a row was not too easy, very hard. But he bet a certain number of combinations, but he only did it when there was what they called the carryover, so that he would have a mathematical edge. So he only did it when his the amount of money he bet, or rather the probabilities of hitting gave him an advantage, because the carryover made the jackpot so high.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it turned out that he was making a mistake, that he was miscalculating how big of a carryover he needed. And I showed that to him, and I don't know exactly how much more money he made because of what I showed to him. But it was an interesting concept, and it was a concept that Stanford Wong missed in his book. But that's also described in my book, where Stanford Wong makes a mistake about pick six carryovers, and it wound up being something that I was able to help Jeff Yass with. There's all kinds of, even some of the guys who are really smart, sometimes they become set in their ways, such as Edward Thorpe with a blackjack question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember that, but after I wrote about what it...
those two stories about Edward and Mr. Wang, the fact that they made a mistake is fine. Everybody makes mistakes, it's fine. But what you described, which is surprising, that they failed to correct themselves or failed to admit that, okay, I made a mistake, let's fix it. Especially when you know that their work, their publications were influencing decisions of a lot of people. Seems like a pretty bad thing to do.
Well, that wasn't exactly what they did. They in the case of Wong, what he did, he sent me his manuscript.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this error. So this puts me in a bit of a bad light, but that's just the way it goes. I saw his error, and I said, and after I read the manuscript, I said, I see an important error, and if you mention me in that if you mention this incident and my name in the book, where he could have said, you might think that such and such and such and such, but David Sklansky pointed out to me that you can't because of such and such and such. Mm-hmm. I will tell you what the error is. Mm-hmm. He said, I'm willing to give you an acknowledgement that you helped me in the acknowledgement section. I said, nope. It's a pretty big error, and if you won't mention me, I'm not going to tell you what it is. And so he called my bluff. I guess he didn't think it would be that big of an error. And he wrote the book with the error. So I don't know. Was I the bad guy there? There's the Trumpian part of me. I mean, I felt like I had that much. I thought I had enough leverage where I could get my name mentioned. He wants to mention me in the acknowledgments where no one ever reads it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an important error involving pick sixes. Now, in the case of Thorpe was asked, why does the player have an edge, the player, when there are no tens in the deck? None. Did you know that, by the way? I don't know. Do you play blackjack at all?
Not that much, but I read the story in the book, so I sort of understood the gist of it.
Yeah. So anyway, he and his answer was, well, the computer tells us that. I don't think you would win if you played normal basic strategy, but the computer not only gives you the edge, but it also assumes a basic strategy that it calculates.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you have an edge if you play the new basic strategy. I don't think the original basic strategy would give you an edge. And I jumped all over him because I said, what do you mean you don't think it would give you an edge? Obviously, if you played normal basic strategy and there were no tens in the deck, you would get absolutely destroyed. It didn't, I mean, you didn't even bother to stop for a second and think about that and realize that.
Mm.
And from that point on, he hated me. But I was right. Because he should have realized that. And then I went further to say, by the way, why would you have? And in the book, I said I gave it as a little bit of a logic problem. If it is true that you have an edge if there's no tens in the deck, how is that possible? What can you deduce from that? Just from pure thought, without knowing much about blackjack? And the answer is, the only possible way that you could have an edge is if it is correct for you to hit 17, hard 17,
mm-hmm.
which is the answer. That is why you have an edge. If there's no tens in the deck, you don't stand on 17 like the dealer does. You actually hit 17, and because of the math, that turns. But you didn't need to know the math. You just needed to know that fact, and from that you could deduce other things.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I mean, I was really amazed that Thorpe didn't, stop for a minute and think about it. When my father would give me a math problem when I was 8, 9 years old, or a puzzle, not always exactly math, it could be a logic puzzle, and I didn't get it immediately, I couldn't think about anything else until I got it. I would go into my room and I would just stay there until I got it. I couldn't function until I got the answer. So I guess that's something that, I inherited from him. But the average person is just letting, I don't know the answer, and they let it slide. And that in that one way, I'm more academic than most academic people. If there is something that I find interesting, if I do in fact find something interesting, and I think I can figure out the answer, then I try to figure it out. Like, for instance, if you add up all the cubes, you get squares. If you add up the perfect cubes, you get squares. Did you know that?
If you add up all the cubes...
If you add up cubes, you start adding up 1 cube plus 2 cube plus 3 cube plus 4 cube.
Yeah.
So you get 1 plus 8 plus 27. Well, every time you add up, you get a new square. 1 plus 8 is 9. Plus 27 is 36. Plus 81
I didn't know that.
Is 120.
Mm-hmm.
No. But wait a second. You didn't know it. But now I just told that to you. Okay, but when I heard it, I couldn't do anything else until I knew why. I couldn't just accept it. I mean, I literally couldn't. I mean, I couldn't eat until I figured out why. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing it. You can do it with something called mathematical induction.
Mm-hmm. But
that's nothing. I didn't like that way either. I needed to come up with a geometric proof, because, in other words, a pictures where I could take the cubes and unfold them and get squares. And I did it. And then I was happy. But I couldn't, my days, I did function, but my days were obsessed with getting the answer to this problem, because I don't like to not know why when I've thought of something. Mm-hmm. It's interesting, that particular problem. I once did the Poker After Dark. Have you ever seen Poker After Dark on TV? And mm-hmm. Well, they had a Poker After Dark with all the mathematicians, quote mathematicians. It was mm-hmm. me, Chris Ferguson, Bill Chen, Jimmy Warren, I forget the names of the other two guys, but there were six mathematicians. And, we were encouraged to have conversations. Now, I was by far the least educated of them. They were all PhDs or close to it. Mm-hmm. And I had a year of college. But I kind of knew that in the back of my mind, none of them could hold the candle to my father. So I had that one thing on them. Plus, he used to always talk about all these interesting things. So I said to them, why do the cubes add up to squares? And it was sort of like a gamesmanship, because I wanted it to distract them, to not play as well. Why do the cubes add up to squares? And none of them seemed to care. But then on the break, one of those guys was sitting at the table working on it, doing the mathematical induction, and that was Chris Ferguson. And so immediately I said to myself, okay, well, this is the guy who probably is going to be most successful, because it bothered him, just like Jeff Yass wanted to know about 8-card stud. Mm-hmm. Funny thing is, though, I get a lot of heat when I bring up hypothetical questions like, what about 8-card stud? What about if we did this? What about if we changed all this? A lot of people say, why are you bringing that up? That's not going to happen in real life. On the other hand, they don't seem to mind the book, The Mathematics of Poker, that talks about all these toy games. Toy games give you some insight, similar to the Jeff Yass question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we both get one card or three cards or whatever. And what's the best way to play that? And she'll give you some sort of insight about something sometimes. Hypothetical questions are not bad things.
Absolutely. And we are so quick in general nowadays to just put a label on something and move on, right? Like you said, for most people, or for myself, that was definitely the case when you said, about all the cubes summing up to squares. I was like, okay, that's very interesting. Just as you said I would, right? And in this context, I really like, I believe Richard Feynman had this quote along the lines of that you could know the name of the bird in all the languages in the world, or all the possible languages. But when you do that, you know absolutely nothing about the bird. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You just know the name of the bird, and that's it. The label doesn't explain to you anything about, what does this bird eat, where does it fly, anything about it, right? And so what does that knowledge really give you? Right? For example...
Well, I get, I don't know exactly what is being done with the COVID researchers, but I know that, for instance, I don't hear about what certain things, like take the obvious fact: children almost never get a serious case, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one. I mean, it's incredibly different. The difference between a 10-year-old and an 80-year-old is insane. Well, as far as I'm concerned, once we know that, we're supposed to be spending a lot of research figuring out why. We should know as much as possible why, because once we know why, there's a chance that we will be able to come up with something that helps the 80-year-olds. And I don't hear very much. I'm sure there are some people they speculate, and maybe a couple of people are looking at it. That should be a major thing. We know of millions and millions of people who never get a serious case. We should know every little thing and do every possible thing we can to figure out what could it be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's happening enough. Stuff like that. That's just, the way I approach stuff, and the way my father approached stuff, but for some reason, again, as I said, most people think, well, that's someone else's problem, or somebody's going to worry about it.
Somebody else is going to do it, exactly, right? How do you think your father encouraged your love for solving the puzzles?
Besides the fact that he two things. Number one, he was very familiar with what would be the puzzle that I would find enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, he would show such glee when I got it right, and he would show such he just was so excited about it as he would talk about it. He would think he would just be so happy talking about it and then showing it to me. The very first thing he ever showed me was the famous problem that Gauss did. This one, I think, I'm going to bet you know this one: how to add up all the numbers from 1 to 100 in your head.
Oh, yeah. I encountered that problem several times, and it was in your book, and I don't remember.
It was in my book, okay.
It was on your book. I don't remember.
Right. It was in my book.
But I would figure
now.
it out in like a minute, because, it is a beautiful solution, yet but not the most obvious.
The point is that whenever he would teach me this stuff, and he was always switching back and forth. It was never just a certain type of problem.
I actually remembered it, and I just smiled.
Yeah.
Because it is beautiful. Yeah. But
but he was always trying to teach me, and in some cases he would talk about stuff that had nothing to do with math. Like I remember he just wanted me to understand the way the world is and the way people are. Like he talked about how one of his coworkers, who was 300 pounds, came back from lunch, and there was a meeting, and he came back with a bunch of candy, and he and he offered the candy to everybody at the meeting. And so my father said, "So what's going on here?" And I said, "I don't know." He said, "Well, because he wants to feel less guilty about the fact that he wants to eat candy, so he's giving it to everybody else so that they'll eat the candy, and now he'll feel like he's just being a normal person." Just little things like that. I was like 7 years old when he pointed this out to me.
Mm-hmm.
Another time, he took me on a ride out in the car. It was just me and him, and every time we saw somebody outside, he'd beep the horn and wave. And they always waved back as if they knew him, even though they were all strangers. And he, explained to me, well, the reason they're waving is because even though they don't know me and they're pretending like they do, is because they don't want to take a chance that they really do know me and that they insulted me by not waving. So the much greater error would be to not wave at somebody they know than to wave at somebody they didn't know. So that's why they do it. And we went to we just little things. He was constantly making me think outside the box, and that's that just I stayed with me all these years.
It's very interesting, and the example that you just brought up is also just such a beautiful illustration of our default response. Like, first of all, sure, it would be a bigger mistake not to wave back, because you might offend your friend. But also, we are just accustomed to assume that the other person is right. Our default assumption is that they know what they're doing. They recognize me. They wave to me.
Yeah,
so
why would he be waving to me? Yeah,
exactly.
So I'm supposed to know him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a big deal. But it was just an illustration. I mean, every day it was like he wanted to find one new thing to teach me. Sometimes it was, mathematical. Sometimes it was logical. Sometimes it was just a piece of knowledge, about the world. Like if you go straight up, if you go straight up in the air for about far enough, you're going to hit China. That's not exactly true, but it's close. But it's sort of true. I mean, the universe is fourth dimensionally curved. And I mean, again, I was 7 years old, but each day just come up with something. And so I always was thinking about what's going on that way. And then, for a while he was pretty upset about me using all these talents he gave me to be a professional gambler. Eventually, though, the books made him change his mind.
The books made him change his mind. All right. Interesting.
Yeah. I eventually did accomplished something. It was mainly luck. This was luck, but still, I have something that I can say that I think only about 3 or 4 other human beings can say, which is I had 3 books at the same time on Amazon's top 100. Now, the only other person I know for a fact who has done that is J.K. Rowling with the
Harry Potter books.
And they were not, but they were during the poker boom when that first started. They weren't high up. They were like 40, 60, and 80. But 3 of the top 100 books being sold in any subject was my 3 top books. So. When that was going on, my father started to be proud of me. In fact, he became more proud of me than he should have been. If he had only realized how simple it would have been for many highly educated, mathematically oriented people to have written almost as good a book as mine, he might not have been as proud. I mean, so many of the things that I wrote about were, I once was a host to a math professor who had come to town and wanted and was told to visit me. And I took him into a casino for the first time, and he couldn't even believe what he saw. He couldn't believe all these people, not understanding EV and not understanding that, they put $1 in the machine and they're going to get 95 cents back on average. He couldn't understand how people could do this. How is it possible? But and so there are a lot of non-gamblers who are pretty well versed.
Mm.
That parlay card thing that I knew, I would say there's probably 5 million Americans who, had they read the ad, would have realized what they could have done. So that's at least 2 or 3% of the population would have seen it like I did. None of them were in Vegas. They would, what?
Right, but you know what? I think with that logic, there's one problem. Because we talked about it already. We default to truth, right? For example, I don't know if you play chess at all, but in chess, there's one way to have fun in chess or to study chess is to solve chess problems, right? You are presented with a chess problem. You have to solve or find a beautiful sequence of moves to achieve something, right? Now, it's all great when what you're doing is solving chess problem. You know you're looking for a beautiful solution. When you're playing the game of chess, you don't necessarily realize, hey, this is basically a chess problem. There is a beautiful solution here. There is something that I can find out, right? Unless somebody tells you. So when you frame a problem as, if you would give that advertisement to 5 million people, the ones that you think would be able to solve it, if you give them the ad and say, well, tell me what's wrong with this and how you can exploit it, sure, most of them will give you the correct answer. But give them the ad and don't say anything, I don't think that many people would caught on.
Right, I understand. That's basically true, although it was so bad a mistake mathematically that there would have been plenty who had just said, what? I mean, but you're right. Most people just wouldn't even occur to them that there is a way to, or that there might be, or that maybe we should look at this or come up with some little wrinkle that others haven't thought about. I almost never just say, well, that other people, I don't have to worry about it. With one very important exception, by the way, that goes exactly the opposite of what we're talking about. And that has to do with things like picking a horse or picking a football game or picking a stock. And that is that since people are usually right about their opinion, it only takes, you can be much less knowledgeable about the subject in general and do much better than they will when it comes to betting by using the technique of finding one thing that you know that they've analyzed incorrectly, and then assuming that they analyzed everything else correctly because they usually do. So in other words, if I happen to be at a bar and one of the players I see getting drunk the night before the game, I will bet against that team the next day without even knowing the rules of the game. And if I use techniques like that to pick my sport or my horse or whatever, I will do better than someone who knows way more than me about the game in general. But what allows me to use that easy technique is the fact that the vast majority of the time, the other factors are being correctly evaluated. See, let's say, for instance, I had seen that ad about the dice, and I didn't know the rules of craps. I didn't know the rules, and for some reason I wasn't able to find the rules. All I knew is that they were paying an extra half a bet 8 out of 36 times. That's all I knew. Well, there's always a chance that game was a 20% advantage to the house, and that wouldn't be good enough. But in this hypothetical case where I didn't know the rules of craps, I couldn't find out the rules of craps, but I did know about the promotion, I would still bet. I would go there and I would bet, and I would go under the assumption that the rest of the game must be a small edge for the house, far below 11%. So in this one area, I reverse myself, and I assume, like everybody else, that all other factors are properly evaluated.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just an interesting fact that there's an exception to that idea, where so I actually take advantage of the fact that I piggyback off of the fact that most of the time people know what they're doing. In that one particular case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
so do you have a list there of things that you would want to talk about?
I don't have a list, but you know what I want to get to talk about now? Because we talked about the game theory, we talked about, the strategies, etc., etc. But what we completely didn't get into it yet, which you talk about in your book a lot, is the crooked games, the crooked poker games in Vegas that you've been around with and seen those happen. Maybe let's talk a bit about that, because I was, while reading, first of all, really surprised by the scale of how often that was happening. Surprised at first, but then, to be honest, not that surprised eventually. But maybe let's talk a bit about that. When was the first time you realized that some games are not fair?
I never realized it. I was told it. And I would not have known. I was not an expert in catching cheaters, and I had I guess I was naive, or just assumed that if it's in a legitimate casino that these things wouldn't go on. But then I was literally told about it, mm-hmm. because of the fact that cheaters, for one reason or another, valued my mathematical abilities and were willing to tell me about things so that I wouldn't run into traps. Mm-hmm. So that's what happened, and more specifically, one particular person who I call Mark in the book. Mm-hmm. In some cases, I name names; some cases, I don't, for various reasons. But there was a guy who I was making money for. He was actually partners with me in the parlay card deal, mm-hmm. which was completely legitimate, but I didn't have the money to bet all the combinations. And he put up the money, and we split the profits. And I also was making him money in blackjack. And meanwhile, that same fellow was staking people in various ways in the poker world to cheat in various ways. And he told me about what's going on. And so most of my information is secondhand, although I would make it 99% to be correct. Mm-hmm. There was a couple of cases where I was 100% because of conversations I had. And but basically in the 70s and 80s, in the bigger games, you were very apt to be cheated, sometimes by collusion and sometimes by more flagrant stuff like cameras in the ceiling and cold decks, if you know what that is, and marked cards. And they just every way you could think of, especially in the Dunes games and in the games and some of the games of the Stardust. There was going on all over the place. The MGM had a whole scandal where they caught a bunch of people dealing. I'm not even sure exactly. That one actually made the headlines. Mm-hmm. But there were other things going on that didn't. Some things to this day are not known. Others, for one reason or another, as was known. But But in the big games, this was happening, and may still be happening. And nowadays, it doesn't. When you have good players willing to cheat, it becomes really scary because they don't have to do very much to have an edge. I'm kind of surprised that there are people who are still making good money in big games because of the ease. For instance, you're a pot limit Omaha player, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to go into what could be done, but all I can tell you is that it would not require two players slightly worse than you to make certain deals with each other where they all of a sudden they're better than you. Let's put it that way. It would be pretty easy if they, as long as they didn't make it obvious. I guess there is some moral constraints on some people to not do that, maybe, but there has always been a lot of cheating. In the old days, it was even more reasonable to think that would happen because the people who were cheating didn't have options to go into the business world and make money.
Mm-hmm.
So there was, everything you could think of was going on in the bigger games. And I go into it in the book.
Yeah, I found it was very interesting.
Well, by the way, one of the things they did do is they did try to, not just me, but they tried to steer the regular honest players away from the games because they were valuable. They needed them to help build games, and they didn't want to cheat them. So the regular poker players back in the day weren't getting cheated too much, but the tourists were getting cheated big time. So, and plus, as I say, supposedly, I don't know this for a fact, for 100% fact, but supposedly the mafia was backing much of this activity back then. And they would,
considering how much stake
play.
They had in the casino, in running the casino, still even back then, it's not surprising, really.
Well, yeah, but they could have been.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was sort of separate. In other words, the casino might be owned by one mafia group, and there was another mafia group that was cheating the card games, and they might not even have known about each other. I don't really know. I never wanted to know. Occasionally, I'd rub elbows with people who supposedly were in the mafia, and on a couple of occasions, without acknowledging that I knew who they were, they did me a favor. Once I didn't mention this in the book, but once I got a great deal on a car, because one of their people was in the car business, so I got a car at cost. Another time my ex-wife was being harassed by a guy that you might call by a real bad character, a real bad character in many ways, and I mentioned it to the brother of somebody who was supposed to be big, and I said, this is really bothering me. He says, okay, don't worry about it. And next thing, nothing happened to the guy. He was just talked to, but he never talked to her again. So there's no doubt that there was stuff going on, but and that's how I know that of various things, including by some people. There are some people who are considered to be honest, that there is no taint. They are not tainted, but they're not honest. I didn't mention them by name because I only know about things about them secondhand. One, and there's a chance that I'm wrong, a tiny chance, but not enough that I don't want to write their names. One won the World Series of Poker because when it got down to the last table, you used to be able to stand on the rail, and there was somebody standing on the rail signaling to him what other of the players had. One of the very well-known winners of the World Series of Poker. I mentioned that in the book. I don't mention his name. And I wonder if he ever read the book and knows that I know about it. And then there's another multiple bracelet winner who I was told did various things. I was told it. I don't know it for a fact, but why would the fellow who was staking me have lied about it? Right? There's almost no way. So it was just, but I didn't play that much. I never played in the big poker games, almost never. I played in smaller poker games. I played blackjack. I beat promotions, and I wrote books. Stayed away as much as possible from the big games. And when I did play in the big games, as I mentioned in the book, I played a style that protected me from mild cheating, but gave me a reputation of being too tight. I didn't push very small edges because I only would get in the game if the game was quite good. And I knew that it was a possibility that something was going on. It's unfortunate. I mean, poker, if you know the game is honest, then it's a really neat game. Although not as neat now because of the existence of game theory. Although I think you can thwart game theory if you played some different games. You don't need to play simple no limit hold'em. And I think there should be more stud. I think there should be more crazier games like the way poker used to be when I was a kid.
Which is pretty much the case nowadays. If you look at the games in the Bobby's room, it's always a mix. If you look at some of the other highest stakes games running, including the high stakes games online, nowadays it's predominantly the mix. Okay,
well, it's harder. Most of those games are harder to program with the.
Well, first of all that, but second also, assuming that there's no real-time assistance, it's just a lot of work to study. Let's say if you're playing 8 games, there's no way you're going to be an expert player in 8 games, right? So everybody specializes in their own field, and it's a much more challenging sort of discovery process when you're playing, because very often you're forced to think on the spot as opposed to execute the strategy that you sort of at least intuitively already know.
Well, thinking on the spot is just makes things so interesting, and that was always my specialty. So when someone wanted to challenge me to head up, I would say, "Okay, I'll play you, but we have to play this game, and it would be a game that no one had ever played before. And make up a game." Or I'd say, "How about this? We both play 2 hands. I play you 4-handed poker. I take 2 of the hands and you take 2 of the hands. And we collude with ourselves." That's a fair game, right? We're both, right? How about that game? I think I would probably play anybody in the world that game even now. I'm old and out of shape, but I think I could play anybody that game because I've thought about it. I mean, colluding is a bad thing to do, but it happens to be an extremely interesting subject, and from a theoretical standpoint, right? What do you do? And especially, what about if I was allowed to collude? Like I said, I play 2 hands, you play 2 hands. Now think about that, how you would play those games. I can check to myself and put you in the middle. You can know that I'm doing it. I just think about weird things. Like here's a question that I actually put up on 2+2 that isn't obvious. if you and I are playing head up, and we have amnesia after every hand, okay? We have amnesia so that we don't notice it.
Mm-hmm.
But one of us knows the other person's hand. I will say, I know your hand. And you know that I know it, but I don't know that you know. Who has the edge? I know your cards.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know my cards.
But
you know that I know your...
Yeah.
And I don't know that you know. Mm-hmm. And then after we play one hand, obviously after a few hands, I would deduce that somehow you knew that I knew. But I have amnesia. I mean, does this edge swing to you even though I know your hand? Does it swing to you? Well, anyway, these are things that I think about all the time, stuff like this. Now, I'm almost sure I know the answer. What would be your inclination on that question? Maybe it depends on the game, too, but what would be your inclination?
Well, yeah, it depends on the game, and it depends, are we playing a long-term game or is it a short-term game? What I mean is, are we playing just a few hands or are we playing like the whole night?
No, that's irrelevant because I say we have amnesia after each hand.
No, we're right. We have amnesia after each hand. Woof.
I mean, obviously, if we were playing without amnesia, I would quickly realize that you're doing something weird. You're doing something funny. You don't know what I have, but you know that I know what you have. Right? So
I would assume still knowing the cards has to give you the edge.
Nope.
Really? Talk me through it.
If you think, I don't have to tell you. All I have to do is say, if we weren't doing an interview, I'd say, I'll come back in 5 minutes and you'll change your mind after you thought.
All right, let's talk through this.
Well, I mean, let's take a simple example.
You know if
cards. I have.
Right. So what does it allow me to
now,
do?
Especially if we're playing no limit, especially. You would really want to play no limit because suppose, for instance, you had a weak hand.
But do I know that you don't know that I know?
Yes, you know that.
Uh-huh.
You know that.
No, right.
So, but you know that I know your cards. Now you have a weak hand. You have I don't know. I mean, let's say you're playing no limit hold'em, and now there's you have a missed flush draw and king high, and now on the river. You check and I bet twice the size of the pot. You check and I bet twice the size of the pot.
Now, of course, if I know that you don't know that, I know that, we go into this rabbit hole. If I know that you don't know...
Wait, think about it. I bet you have king high.
Yeah.
You check, I have twice, and I bet twice the size of the pot on a river.
Yeah. No, that makes absolute sense.
What should you do?
Of course, you should call.
Right.
Yeah. But obviously, that's why I got confused in the beginning, because I missed the part that the other player doesn't know that oh, Jesus, now I'm getting all confused. But anyway,
the point is
makes sense.
The point isn't the game. The game is not relevant because it can never happen in real life.
Yeah.
Or pretty much. Actually, it could happen. That's not true. It could happen in real life. But the real part is the amnesia can never happen. So if you called, once you made that call, I go, what's going on here, right? Maybe he knows my cards or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But that's why you have to have the amnesia. That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is that here is yet another example of forcing you to think outside the box, hypothetical examples. What is it? What do these things mean? What could be done? And that's always been
right. Well, let's talk about
the way
what
I approach
could
things.
be done, because there was so much cheating back in the day in the games. I don't know how much of it is still out there. I mean, obviously, in some private games, we hear about these things all the time. In the major casinos, I would assume at least we're protected from the good old marked cards and, for the most part, from the technology, because it does require cooperation from the floor and the dealer, which is increasingly harder.
The problem, though, is that collusion is
exactly
more than enough.
Can't do much
more
about
than
it.
enough to win. it's more than enough to win if it's done in a way that doesn't where you don't expose yourself. If you're willing to not be greedy.
And that's
I don't think
what
it's
you
worth that
mentioned
much. It might
already
be
about
worth 2 big bets an hour. What?
That's what you mentioned already about pot limit Omaha, because obviously with the knowledge of 4 cards and a ring of colluders, it's increasingly easy, with so much information out there. Luckily, with the big games, everybody that you play against, right? So there's this aspect of people having their reputation, and which maybe creates a false sense of security, because if, the stories that you've been telling about what was going on in the 70s, 80s, so many of the big names were actually not all that trustworthy in the end, which is painful.
Yeah, not. I want to make it clear. I don't think even half of the big names were necessarily cheaters, because, and you might say, well, how is it possible? How could they survive? And I already explained that they survived because the cheaters realized that it would be better to make them off limits. That if you, but most, I believe this is just speculation, but I believe that most of the honest players were aware of who the cheaters were and chose, like me, not to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say anything either. But I think the completely honest the tourists, forget it. They had no chance, because all you have to do is run into a crooked game once in a while, and that would be it.
Mm.
So but we're talking about a long time ago, though. So I only know until about, 1985 or something like that.
Yeah.
I really don't know what happened after that. And of course, if you're playing in multiplayer tournaments, then that's why there's so many tournament specialists. I think that most of the people that you hear about as being the best players are tournament specialists, and as you say, 8-game cash game specialists. You really don't hear about that many cash game games, big games that are not, except for pot limit Omaha. For some reason, that one, I guess, is still being played high.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I really don't know about that, but then maybe Europeans are less likely to consider it. Maybe they consider it more dishonorable than Americans to cheat. So you can just count on that being the case. When you play, you're playing mainly online, right?
Mainly online. I mean, obviously, I used to travel a lot to the States and play in Vegas and LA and elsewhere. But obviously now with the current situation, mostly online or predominantly online. There's nothing else out there for me at the moment. But
I'm just guessing about what's going on now. The only thing I'm not guessing about is my understanding that a good player with a little bit of extra knowledge has more of an edge, I think, than the average person realizes. I once went around asking people another hypothetical question. I said, suppose you're playing at the World Series of Poker. You're playing, let's say, triple draw, low ball at the tournament, and your first card is a deuce every time. Your first card is a deuce every time. Plus, it will be a deuce every time.
Mm-hmm.
Your first. If it's a 1,000-player tournament, what's your chances of winning this tournament? And the answers I got, I mean, I can't prove. It would take a while to prove it, but the answers I got were something like 1 out of 30 or something. I believe that you're close to even money in a 1,000-player tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were able to get a dealer to give you the deuce every time, you don't need that much of an edge. Or suppose you knew where the 3 of clubs was. Suppose I'm playing 8 games, and and I know where the 3 of clubs is. That's the only thing I know. But I know that every hand.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the world's best player, period. Even though I'm slightly rusty. There's nobody who would ever, if that was part of my powers, I have the power to know where the 3 of clubs is. There is nobody who would have a chance to do better than me playing poker. Inconceivable. If you think about it a while. That's why I'm saying it doesn't take that. So if you're a good player, of course, I would use it to the best of my advantage. I mean, I probably would think of things that the average person wouldn't think about. But if you know where the 3 of clubs is and they don't know you know, now if they knew that you knew, then that would be a little bit tougher. But if they didn't know I knew, and I'm playing in a ring game, and how would I not be the best player? So that's why I've always been a little bit nervous about. And that one is not so hypothetical, because what about if I know how to wait? I mark the 3 of clubs, and that's all I do. I'm not greedy. I just mark the 3 of clubs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's unfortunately a fact that has kept me away from ever trying to make giant money in cash games. And I think a lot of other people too, when they stick with tournaments. Best players, eventually the tournaments are worth money. Except you have to use different.
There's also a bit of the publicity part about it. The tournament players are welcoming the publicity, whereas the cash game players have nothing to gain from publicity.
Well, that's another reason, of course. But I'm just saying you can live in a world where there's cheaters running around, and it's not so big a deal if you're playing tournaments. And if you're a very good player, even forgetting about the publicity, you probably have a positive EV in most tournaments. I mean, let's take the big tournament at the World Series of Poker. The best player in the tournament, whoever that might be, what would you estimate the value of his $10,000 buy-in is?
Well, in the main event.
Yeah, at the main event. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion about this. I'm just curious what you would think. Whoever happens to be the best player, what would?
That's a tough one, because the fields are so huge, and since I almost never play tournaments myself, I never had to deal with solving these problems, so I'm completely clueless to this.
Yeah, I think it's probably about 35,000, 25,000 profit.
Okay.
It seems reasonable, and therefore, there's probably out of the 7,000 entrants, there's probably 100 players that are over 20,000. Probably are.
Mm-hmm.
Still, though, but that's a little bit of an exception, because it's this 6-day, 8-day tournament, so you have so much time to let your skill matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so therefore you can make decent money playing tournaments, because anybody who's good enough to do that probably could have made other money doing other things, I was saying. But if you're like me and you like and you don't like to be wearing ties and whatever, of course there's still a lot of other ways of making money without wearing ties, especially nowadays. If you want to be an electronic engineer and design iPods, then that could have been it. But my books make me not regret the choice I made. But I do want my more recent books to be less about gambling and more about maybe using gambling ideas to come up with ideas with things that should be done. Like my handicap parking idea, or my idea for exonerating innocent prisoners. And some of them I think are so obvious, and yet again, people have gut reactions to say that we can't do that. My handicap parking idea is the one I've been pushing for 15 years. Put a do they have handicap parking in Europe?
Yeah, sure.
Put an expensive, and do you find in Europe, just like we do here, where there are many places where there is almost no use of the handicap parking, and people have to park a pretty good distance away because get a little bit annoyed. And meanwhile, there's all those open spaces and handicap parking. Does that happen in Europe too?
I would assume in some places probably, but for the most part, I think it's pretty well planned out in a way.
Okay, well, in the United States, there's all these places where there's, and so my suggestion is that you take half of those parking spaces and you put a meter that is fairly expensive, like maybe $1 a minute, and allow rich people to use them, use their credit card, use them, make most of the money go to help handicapped people. Let the rich people, and this is in my book, a few different places, let rich people spend trivial money for them to help other people, and don't worry about the fact that you feel like it's unfair that only they can take advantage of it. That is a silly feeling, especially if the money is enough. So in the case of handicap parking, and every once in a while, a handicap parker, a real handicap person might find he has to wait a few minutes to park because a rich person is using the handicap spot that has a meter on it. The vast majority of the time, it would have been a space that was just empty, and now it's earning money for handicapped people. What's wrong with that idea? It just seems so obvious.
Yeah, well, it is obvious, and the gut reaction that people are getting is also understandable. If it's executed correctly, it's a good idea.
The gut reaction, but is even in Russia, as you remember reading, even in Russia when they were communist, they were willing to do this. In the book, I mentioned how there was a 2-hour line to get into a museum for free. I'm with a lady I met in Russia. I'm beside myself because I don't want to wait online for 2 hours. And she sees that I'm upset, but the museum was having a Salvador Dali exhibition, so everybody was willing to wait 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I'm saying to myself. She said, "Well, there is something you can do. There is something." And I said, "What?" She says, "Well, you can pay $7 and get to the front of the line, or they have a special line, but you got to pay $7 a person." This is about 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously we did that. But the point was that even the Russians were willing to, if you were willing to pay what to them was an exorbitant amount, they were willing to put up with somebody being, a capitalist pig.
Mm.
Now, if they had only charged $1, then I could see where, that's enough money where the average person still wouldn't be able to afford it in Russia, and now they would resent you. But if I'm going to be stupid enough to pay $7, let them do it. Someone wants to pay $1 a minute to park in a handicapped parking lot spot, and I'm a handicapped person, and once a year it's going to cost me an extra 2 minutes. Meanwhile, they've accumulated millions of dollars that are going to help buy me free crutches or whatever. It's worth it. And there's so many little things in the real world that are susceptible to logical thinking that are similar to gambling thinking or poker thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I have about 20 of those ideas in my book.
Mm. But just to expand on the idea of the handicap parking and the museum analogy, I think what we run into is a sort of emotional problem of if one is willing to pay for the Salvador Dali exhibition, regardless of the amount of money. Let's say it's actually a huge amount of money. Let's say you have to pay like $600 for the entrance. Still, you're paying for the museum. Museum gets the money, and in the end, you're just getting the same exhibition as everybody else. Right? Whereas with the handicap parking place usage, there's the social stigma of, oh, you rich pig, you're using a place which is supposed to be for a handicapped person. How dare you? And in some ways, that's very true. So when I said that, it all matters, like the execution is really going to matter. You have to make sure that the money is funneled specifically for the needs of those people.
It's very simple. All you have to make sure of is that the amount of money is high enough so that handicapped people would be in favor of it.
Again, then it puts a price on their wishes, and if a collective agrees, because that's, as always, the problem of getting the people to agree on what's best for them collectively is a pretty hard problem to solve.
If the amount of money is enough that the vast majority of handicapped people will switch from, hey, I don't like the fact that rich people can occasionally inconvenience me, to, this is great. I mean, let's take another example. Let's take the example of, I suppose they had, and I think they even have this now, where when you wait online to be checked in at the airport, suppose they had a line where you could pay $100 to get through, and there's hardly anybody on the line because very few people want to pay $100, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that $100 is used to reduce the price of your ticket. So you may have to wait an average of 1 minute longer every time, and now your ticket is down. It has been reduced by $15 because of those $100 bills that they're collecting.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, as long as there are things that go on in this world where rich people don't care at all about the extra money, they'll pay for the convenience, or maybe they won't. But if they want to pay for the convenience, as long as they're willing to pay for the convenience, where the upside overcomes the downside. But there are people who are against it simply for, like you say, emotional reasons, without looking at it as a utilitarian. They just say, "No, that just is wrong, because it's wrong to make it so obvious that rich people have an advantage over poor people." I don't think that's a good enough reason. And the other big idea that I have, that I've been pushing in a couple books now, that has a gut reaction against it, but it's so easily disproven, is that there are thousands of innocent people in jail right now, thousands, and that are in jail for long periods of time and have exhausted their appeals. And in some cases, the real perpetrator of the crime is alive and knows about the fact that someone else is in jail, and knows that, and it's been, and this person in jail has now been officially deemed, forget about any appeals, they're all over with. When that happens, even though every once in a while it can backfire, but it doesn't matter if it backfires once in a while, you should let the person who committed the crime confess, and if he can prove that he did it, the guy gets out of jail and he gets amnesty. Now, a lot of bad people still won't do it, but there are some people who, if they get the weight off their chest, they get the worry that somehow they might get caught, and now an innocent person is freed from jail. How can that not be the correct strategy? And the reason why some people were against it is because it leaves such a bad taste in their mouth that that guy who did the crime has now gotten amnesty. But it doesn't matter, because we have decided that putting an innocent person in jail is a much bigger no-no, a much bigger sin. So even if once in a while they could scam it or something happen, it doesn't matter. The arguments against this idea don't hold water.
Mm. Yeah, that's
How
true.
can you not? What?
Yeah, that's true. That is a actually great idea, and hopefully a dialogue starts about it. And
that particular idea isn't one that would require you to be a conservative or a liberal either. I mean, it's just automatic. We don't convict people if there's a chance. We'd rather acquit a person who's 75% to be guilty, or even 90% to be guilty. So in this particular case with this program, and by the way, if someone does confess to a crime and then you can prove that he didn't do it, he goes to jail. The other guy stays in jail and you go to jail too. So it wouldn't be, some people were saying that they could try to scam it. This was my favorite one because logically it's unassailable, and yet emotionally it bothers a lot of people. But if they think about it, especially nowadays, where it's become more and more clear that there's a lot of guilty people in jail. They're letting people out, but the ones who are getting let out are the ones who are lucky enough where there was DNA samples. Those are the only guilty people who are getting let out. And even those people are numbering in the dozens, I think, if not more. There's got to be at least 1,000 people that are in jail, and they even have there's something called the Innocence Project to get them out. And it's true that if you offered amnesty, then probably only a fairly small percentage of the guilty people would come forward. They have reasons to not come forward, but I think that plenty would. Enough would. You might be able to get a few hundred people out of jail. It's all based on, the thing about this is that these ideas are, it's not because of I'm upset about guilty people in jail. Okay, I'm not going to claim that I'm a person who's super upset about that. They just all stem from thinking about how do I use the various thinking techniques that I've gotten good at when I hear about a problem. So when I hear about people who are guilty being in jail, instead of me saying, "Oh, that's terrible" or "not terrible," I think about, wait a second, can I use my thinking techniques to figure out what to do here? And in this case, it's an obvious one. This one, I can't even believe that it hasn't already been done. To me, it's so obvious. And then I have about 15 or 20 other ideas that just to me seem obvious. Some of them are trivial. Like if you're winning by 3 points in basketball with 8 seconds to go, and the other team has the ball, I believe that if you intentionally foul them, it should be a 3-point shot, not a 2-point shot.
Yeah, well, with those, as always, I'm just thinking about, because, anytime there's some change to a sport, there's so much resistance.
I know, but think about this one. The reason why I have this idea, that one's not that big. The reason why I have this idea is because it seems extremely wrong that what is normally a wrong thing to do, banging into a guy, gives him a 2-point shot, and now you got the ball, and now you won the game.
Yeah.
So that seems like, but that's an example of I sprinkle important things with non-important things. That particular one, I think, is obviously isn't important. I'm constantly seeing things in the world, and I say, wait a second, you could do this, or you could do that, or you could pay somebody $25,000 to get infected with COVID, and now now you can to be willing to, and now you can take that guy. He says, yeah, okay, I'll take $25,000. Now you find out, do you have to be in the presence of someone who has it for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, or what's they're talking about 15 minutes. Maybe it's 20 minutes, but they can't really be sure because they're not willing to do the experiment. Mm-hmm. Well, normally that would be a very unethical thing to do that experiment, but you have this weird disease where older people are 100 times more likely to have a bad result than the younger person. So you give the younger person $25,000, and eventually he probably gets infected. And meanwhile, he has doctors working on him. I mean, I don't understand this. People have gut reactions to things because their first reaction is, "Ooh, I'm going to make the guy get the disease." Well, first of all, he's going to probably get it anyway. But again, it's all part of the general technique I try to use to come to conclusions. And somebody like you appreciates it, but you wouldn't believe the number of people. There's a lot of people who were against it because, in my opinion, they know that they don't think this way, and they don't want to give too much credence to a person who does. So it's just like the people who don't want to use math to figure out the best strategy to play a sport. Mm-hmm. The almost always when somebody criticizes mathematical reasoning to come up with the best strategy for a sport, the person who is doing the criticizing knows that he wouldn't have come up with this, that he doesn't have the ability or the knowledge to come up with it. So he wants to downplay the usefulness of it. He doesn't want the team to hire a statistician or, somebody who's good at probability to figure out when you should actually go for a first down or all that stuff.
Well, luckily, a lot of that is changing nowadays. David, let's circle back to what we were talking about before, because I know we've been already at it for quite a while, but I still want to dig a bit deeper into the cheating that was going on. And also, I found that story about the bet between, was it Larry Flynt?
Larry Flynt
and Doyle Brunson.
Doyle,
that sort of ties in with the cheating, right? And I'm very interested.
Sort of. It's off the normal beat. It's off the beaten path. It's a story that it's the one second-hand story that I was willing to mention the person's name because it is such common knowledge that and furthermore, not only is it common knowledge, but I think that Larry Flynt is almost proud of it. Plus, he wound up failing. But
that's true.
Larry Flynt, the publisher of Hustler magazine, was a beginning poker player, but he was very rich. He would sometimes come to a cash game with $1 million in cash. And so the $10,000 of the World Series of Poker was no big deal. This is early in the history. So there was only about, 40 players, something like that. And Doyle laid him $1 million to $1,000 that he wouldn't win it. And seemed like a good bet on Doyle's part because, Larry just didn't really understand the game. Although he was willing to be aggressive, he certainly wasn't scared of anything, but he didn't understand the game. Mm-hmm. And after the first day, he's in the lead. It was a 3-day tournament, I think, at the time. And after the first day, he's in the lead, which seemed very strange. And, of course, Doyle isn't very happy about this. And coincidentally, Doyle had told Larry that 2 days earlier that he could learn a little bit about poker by hiring me for a 1-hour tutoring session. And Larry did do that. And so after the first day of the tournament, I went there. I don't think Doyle was that anxious to have me do it after the first day, but it had already been arranged. I go into a suite and I give him a lesson. And because I realize I'm teaching a complete beginner, I tell him, be anxious to move in pre-flop as much as you can and try to do it with an ace. I felt like he had no chance unless he got lucky with all in moves. Mm-hmm. And I remember that. And he had like 4 giant bodyguards there in the suite. But anyway, the next day I'm at his table and Larry continues to win. He doesn't beat me, but he continues to win. And in a couple cases, he moves in and the other guy folds. And he flashes an ace to me, show me that he's paying attention to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Doyle says to me, "Is there anything wrong?" And I say, "I don't think so. I mean, I guess thinking back, it looked some strange, slightly strange hands." But then later on in the day, I don't exactly know how it happened. I know that later on in the day, Doyle says to him that our bet is off, and Larry agrees to that. And then I don't exactly know the details of how it was all found out, but it became common knowledge that Larry was going to people, or not Larry himself. It was another guy named Ken Smith, who was a chess player and a poker player, and he was going up to people who were at Larry's table and buying them out for the amount of chips they had in front of them. In the old days, with the $10,000 buy-in got you 10,000 in chips, so it was simple. Mm-hmm. So if they had 32,000 in front of them, they'd give them 42,000, and they would have to find ways to dump the money to Larry. And I wasn't approached. I didn't know anything about it, but I didn't catch it. I guess it really didn't occur to me that it could be cheating. Also, so there would have had to be something pretty odd. But anyway, that's what it was. And so Larry had. Larry took a pretty big loss on this. I don't know how many people he bought out. It was at least 3, and somehow the perpetrators wound up confessing. It may have been under duress because Benny Binion would put people under duress sometimes. And anyway, that was the story. Larry Flynt. Now, Larry Flynt was such a rich fish that, under normal circumstances, if somebody had tried to pull this off and had been caught, he would have, had to pay a lot of consequences. But apparently they just let him off with a laugh. Well, it didn't work, Larry. And most likely he went on to lose millions and millions of dollars to poker players. And but he thought he would pull the wool over. He was willing to cheat Doyle out of $1 million. He was willing to do that. And that doesn't put him in that's a bad thing. But I think that was 30, 40 years ago, and I'm almost sure all was forgiven. He wound up owning a casino, running a game once a week, and he was accepted in the poker world. And I'm almost sure that everybody who accepted him knew the story and gave him a pass. I think to him it was just all a fun thing. Can I beat Doyle Brunson by using it? Sort of like Andy Beal. I didn't write about Andy Beal, but I'm sure you know who Andy Beal is, the guy who was playing the incredibly high head-up games, the banker, the billionaire. Yeah. So they wanted to be able to say that they beat it, but it was a true story. 99.99% to be true. But I had nothing to do with it. Some people, I think, worried, wondered. I tutored him the night before, and the next day I'm at his table. Thankfully, he didn't bust me. He didn't. That would have added more suspicion.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but that's just one of the things that happened in Vegas over the years. Back then.
And speaking of back then and the big games, you've mentioned earlier that most of the big games were crooked and targeting the tourists. Yet you also mentioned that, in your opinion, most of the big, well-known high-stakes players that we all know and love, they were never involved in that part of the business. Why? How did that happen?
I wouldn't go as far as to say that most of the big games were crooked, but okay. I'm not sure exactly how many were because I wasn't ever in those games. But what I think happened is that when there was a tourist, that the non-crooked players didn't play. Mm-hmm. Exactly how this happened, exactly the exact details of that, I don't know. What I do know is that there was a camera in, I shouldn't say know it, I'm again 99%, that there was a camera in the ceiling, and that they would bring in codecs sometimes, and that they would collude a lot. And the players who were honest, I'm not sure which ones were honest and which ones weren't. It's possible that virtually none of the regulars were honest. It's possible, but that much that's just a guess on my part. What percentage? I know the names of several, and I'm giving the other ones the benefit of the doubt. In at least one case, I mentioned someone who was known to be honest. And after I wrote the book, someone said to me they weren't honest. Now they could, but that I was wrong, that he was a cheater also. So who knows? Exactly who was cheated and when and what was done and under what circumstances, I don't know. I just know that the whole card room was crooked.
Right.
And that there were lots of games. Whether more than half the games were crooked, I don't know. If I wrote that, I don't think I actually wrote that.
Perhaps you didn't. Perhaps it's wishful thinking on my part. I
don't think I wrote that most of the games are crooked. I mean, sometimes these guys would, they all had money and they play against each other and they played honestly, even though they were cheaters. Because in a lot of cases, the reason why cheaters cheat is so they can have money so they can play honestly. I mean, some of the most notorious cheaters were actually they would cheat outside of Vegas and come to Vegas and then play honestly and lose all their money. There were a few that were well known for that, that they were super cheaters, but not in Vegas. The details I don't know. All I know is that the cheating business was mainly conducted at the dunes, and that the eventual money part of it went to supposedly the mob, part of it went to this guy Mark, who was also staking me, part of it went to the card room manager, who I mentioned by name, but you're not asking me for his name, so maybe I shouldn't mention it on this thing. A very well-known player, and his assistant, who I don't mention, and then the cheaters themselves. How often they would make use of what was available to them. I know they had at least 2 cheating dealers that I know of, and I'm 99% sure there was a peep in the ceiling, and like with the marked cards, I actually saw the marked cards. These were marked cards that were odd. You had to unfocus your eyes to see the markings. You may have seen some of these paintings where you do that.
Yeah.
And then the codecs, I'm not sure exactly how they put it in, and then the collusion. There could have been going on a lot. There's very, very mild collusion that they even accept, which if players take pieces of each other in a game and don't signal their hands, I take 25% of you and you take 25% of me. In theory, if we're in an 8-handed game and all the other players are equal to us, we're going to be the favorites. Because if we're smart, because if you have 25% of me and I have 25% of you, even if we don't tell each other our hands, and even if I'm still playing for 75%, there will be times where my strategy should change, or your strategy should change for the better. And that money that we win comes from the other players at the table. Even if we're doing something as simple as that. So, I might be slightly more willing to not raise you out. I mean, that's one of the big things about collusion. 3-handed pots, the guy on my right bets, you're my partner, you're on my left. I will, in a fair game, will be trying to raise you out a little more often than if I have a piece of you.
Yeah, that's in fact one thing that Bill Perkins recently was asking about, whether, what's the opinion of the poker world on these things happening? Because that occasionally happens, maybe frequently happens in the private games, right? Where people would have pieces of each other.
Yeah, and I don't even have to know what you have. I mean, I don't know what you have, let's say, but it's one extra thing that keeps it from being equal. There will be occasional times where I would consciously or subconsciously take advantage of the fact that I have a piece of you. Mm. So even that shouldn't be allowed. But that particular thing is allowed a lot. And the reason why that's allowed, I believe, is because there might be a rich tourist who wants to play higher than the average, than those other players want to play. Mm-hmm. So they swap pieces, unbeknownst to the tourist, and they don't do anything seriously wrong. But even that's, enough. Mm. It's a shame. The way you get out of it is you play tournaments and you play head up, and there are people who have made their money that way. Mm. Doug Polk against Daniel Negreanu is one guy plays tournaments, one guy plays head up.
Yeah.
They're both multimillionaires because that's what they stuck to. I mean, you would know better than me. Are there people who are right now considered wealthy because of the last 5 years of playing cash games?
Yeah, I would say so.
Not people who were wealthy because of before that. I'm saying that have made a bunch of money playing cash games only.
Within the last 5 years, yes. I would say there's quite a few people who amassed some reasonable money.
Well, then maybe they weren't cheated, or maybe they know how to avoid funny-looking games or something. Mm. Maybe they're...
I guess one of the... As always, game selection is a huge part of the whole thing. If you can get yourself in a good game, and hopefully a clean game, and you are by far the better player, well, you're going to be making a lot of money, right? And some of the games in Europe, some of the games in Russia have been incredibly good in that sense, because, the skill level is somewhat low.
Live cash? You're talking about the live games or online?
No, it's live games. I'm speaking of live games. And online as well. There's plenty of players. Well, plenty. That's probably what is the definition of plenty in this context? But there's a decent number of players who made very good money in the last 5 years, within the last 5 years, playing online poker.
Well, okay. That reminds me, I was becoming friendly with one of the famous, I'm not going to say who it is, but one of the famous big shots for one of the internet sites, right? And we were talking a little bit over the phone here and there, and he mentioned to me that there was one country that was ahead, that was winner, small country, that was net winner for the whole country. And I said, they're cheating. I don't care. They have to be cheating. I mean, maybe they're just colluding, but it's impossible that many people. I mean, I think he was talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of players, and they were net ahead total.
Mm. And what country are we talking about?
What?
Which is the country?
Which country was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. Maybe, but if this is enough of a hint that you will be able to identify who I'm talking about, please don't say it. But I'll tell you the country. Estonia.
Okay.
Does that? By the way, does that tell you anything?
Not really. No. In the context of
anyway, that was
online.
This
poker?
was about 6-7. This is a while ago. It's a while ago, but it was Estonia. Mm-hmm. Estonia was ahead for indefinitely they were ahead.
Okay.
I don't think they're that much smarter than anybody else. Or you might say, well, people in Estonia really tried hard. I don't believe it. There were too many people.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they might have done, just small things. I mean, like the kind of thing the smallest kind of thing that you could worry about in pot limit Omaha would be, you get all in, and when you get called, you don't win your fair share. You move in and you get called and don't win your fair share, and when you see the other person's hand, it looks like he really shouldn't have called, but it was close.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that he knows that none of the four cards that there are four cards that don't help him that were in someone else's hand. That could, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a trip. That's not a big deal, but if every time you move in and you get called by a hand that's on the borderline, and now you're losing in those situations, where you're supposed to not be losing, could be that his four cards were enough to swing it.
Mm-hmm.
So those are things that happen. That I'm sure is happening. I'm sure those things are happening. Because those things could happen without there being organized cheating. It could just be that, for instance, you move in on me, and my friend is in the game, who I'm normally just playing normal, but you move in on me, and I quickly call him up and I say, George, did you have any hearts in your hand? And he says no. And now it's worth taking the 2-1 on the flop or something. So these are all things that, and he might not even think of himself as being a cheater. He's just helping you out a little bit helping me out for my all-in situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure they both know they're cheaters. It's pretty blatant.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, they both know that. Okay, yeah, right. They know that they're not supposed to do it. Let's put it that way. But they're not part of a cheating ring. I'm just saying some of these things could even happen on the spur of the moment, or they just made an agreement. But
well, and that's another difference with live poker and online poker. The spur of a moment in live poker, when you're dealing with these people, especially back in the day when you were dealing with some people who were connected, you don't do one thing and get out. You're on the hook. You do one thing crossing a line, and that's basically it. You're not getting away from it anymore. You're on the hook, and people like Mark, who you've been talking about, and people who he was connected to, obviously would make sure that basically now you're in the team. Now you're there too.
Well, that's not. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. You're saying that when they recruited somebody to cheat, now he has to cheat forever.
Well, forever, maybe not forever, but I know of several occasions where people who got involved with some activity with the mob. Basically, it doesn't mean that you're now cheating forever, but you occasionally get called upon to continue contributing to the whole thing.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's. Here's the thing. I don't think they would have necessarily done that, but there would have been. But there's no way of knowing, because if a person had agreed to do that, why wouldn't he do it again?
That's
because
true.
He got religion.
That's true.
But so we don't even know. But I don't even think that's. If somebody did say, you know what, I'm too nervous about this, I'm going to start playing 20-40 and because I get nervous about what they would say, okay, they wouldn't care as long as he didn't tell anybody. I don't know of one poker player who has ever been harmed by the mob or in any way or threatened. I don't know of anyone. I've never heard anybody say that they threatened me or they want. Well, I shouldn't say that. The one guy who ran the Dunes card room, supposedly, there's stories that he was, but that's a big difference. He wasn't just a poker player. If you want to be a poker, if you want to just get away from it, that they would. But the problem is that if you didn't play in the big games, you couldn't make that much money. And if you had played in the big games and you already were willing to do it, and you want to continue to play in the big games, why would you all of a sudden say no? So, but
well,
I mean, there was
true.
Now
right? That I think about it, you're right. In terms of the poker players, I don't actually know any of this stuff, but I know of stories with people involved with dealing the cards, specifically some dealers who got involved, and they're basically on the hook for the whole thing.
I guess maybe, yeah. But anyway, the poker players were always just considered. There's a word for it, but they were just working for themselves, and I mean, and if for some reason they didn't want to keep on doing it, then they had no obligation. Now, where they did have an obligation is if they were jumped off behind. I mean, some of this trading stuff didn't guarantee a win, and if I was staked and I lost 30,000 for them, I couldn't just say forget it. I'd have to win that 30,000 back or pay it back.
Right.
So in that case, I guess that would happen. But and as also the mob thing, you got to. This is another important fact. The poker players never talked to the mob. There was an intermediary. They'd never even had to know that the mob was involved. Probably some of these players didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Mark first started staking me, I didn't know that he was giving a part of his end to the mob. I'm not even sure he was in like the Parkley cards. As far as I know, he didn't give it to them. I don't think he did because it had nothing to do with them. And I don't even know if he ever. And I didn't play poker for him, so I don't even know if any of my money went to the mob. I don't think it did. Any of the money I won. But nobody, the poker players didn't play for the mob in the way you're talking about. Now the the dealers might have. And I knew in fact, as I told you, there were basically three brothers who were, almost everybody knows who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to name them. There were three brothers. One was famous for being in the mob. The other two brothers played poker all the time. And whether they ever did anything with it, their bad brother, I don't even know. So it was generally thought that this one guy was the person who was giving Mark money, and Mark said he was. Mark said he was.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me that that he was getting staked by that guy. I'm quite sure he was, but he didn't have to be. I mean, I'm 99.9 sure he was. He was being staked by one of the quote families, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he was taking that money that he was being given to recruit poker players. But it was actually Mark who did all the organizing. And Mark most definitely was not in the mob. He was just an ex-attorney, I think, who somehow got involved with them. I don't even know exactly how he got involved with them. I don't know that story.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I got involved with Mark was because one of the other poker players that he was staking knew me for a while and said, this guy might give you money. And how I even ingratiated myself with Mark before I even knew he was involved with the mob was via a proposition that I wrote about because it was mathematically interesting. I wanted him to stake me in blackjack, and he didn't know that much about blackjack. And so I proposed that that betting $100 or $200 a hand, I get paid nothing except only on money above and beyond a $3,000 win. because I assumed that he would realize that pretty much guaranteed that I was telling him the truth when I told him I had an edge. Because if I was just hoping to get lucky, I would never have gotten $3,000 ahead. And at the time, there was an easy way to make money just playing at Caesar's Palace. Caesar's Palace had super good blackjack rules. So that convinced him. And he staked me, and I won about $10,000, and then I got barred from Caesar's Palace. But again, we're talking about the 70s or 80s. Mm-hmm. And that's how I knew him. But then other things came up, other opportunities came up where, well, specifically front loading, where you could see the dealer's hole card. I mentioned that in the book. It was one of my naughty things that I did, but it wasn't illegal. It was just naughty, and it wasn't hurting individuals, just hurting the casinos. And everybody else who knew about it did it. I don't think there was one human who knew about this method of seeing the hole card who said, "Oh no, I can't do that. That's wrong." There was a way of finding dealers who, when they dealt their down card, you could see it if you had good eyes and you sat in the right spot. So when I was told about this, I went to Mark, and I thought, well, I might as well tell him about it too. And he was enraptured by this particular ploy, and I got in even further good with him. I don't think he even told me about the poker cheating until I did this. Mm. I rubbed elbows with very sketchy people. Way back then, I rubbed elbows with very sketchy people, and not one time did their sketchiness ever hurt me in any way, in the sense that they asked me to do something I wouldn't want to do, or that they gave me an order or anything like that. There was never anything like that. And it was like they just appreciated that they had in their stable a smart guy. A guy good at math. They felt that was a nice thing to have. And
that was a nice thing to have, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it was a nice thing to have, and what they did in return, and if they had decided that they didn't want to see me going broke and leaving town because I got cheated, they would. That was the reason why they told me about stuff that was going on. Maybe sometimes they did it to brag, because they wanted to say, we're kind of smart too, because look what we did. We did blah, 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 we had this and blah, 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 right? Mm. So you're smart in your way, we're smart in our way. Don't look down on us. It was almost like that, that they would occasionally talk to me about stuff for their own self-esteem. Mm. And that's how I know about. That's not the only way, though. I had a friend who knew who was their electronic advisor. They had the person who did their electronic cheating was a friend of a friend. So I heard about that. And my ex-wife, by sheer coincidence, when she was very young, was taken under the wing of a guy who cheated in the Alabama, Tennessee region. Didn't come to Vegas, but she knew about stuff there too. So I heard a little bit about stuff from that. Mm-hmm. So but none of it was all very indirect, I never needed to know extreme details because I never was involved. I just needed to know enough to avoid getting cheated myself, and in some cases because they just wanted to brag to me or something, that they knew something, or they knew how something happened. Hmm. And that all went away by about 1985. We're talking about a long time ago. The only thing is that it did involve more names than the average person realizes, including several names that are now in the Hall of Fame of poker. So one of the things I mentioned in my book is that I was asked if I care, to be in the Hall of Fame, or at least to be a nominee. And I turned it down because I did not like some of the people that I'd be sharing that honor with. I never even thought of that much of an honor to poker. I always thought of poker with a little bit of shame involved, like I'm not supposed to be doing this, and that it's almost not right, that I'm using mathematical talents and logical talents mainly to make money in a non-productive way. I don't feel that way so much, and now this probability book that I wrote, and then the upcoming algebra book will completely erase that feeling. Mm-hmm. And DUCY did a pretty good job of it, and this other book, because I have stuff in there. I mean, there's stuff in there that somebody's going to read one day and say, we should implement that idea, and other people will be happy about it. The book has all these different kinds of things. It has ideas. It has a chapter, as you know, on the logic questions that my father gave me when I was 8 years old. Mm-hmm. It has a chapter, on all kinds of different ideas for things. And anybody who reads this book will be happy that they did. To me, it's inconceivable that somebody will say it wasn't worth the $10 or $15 for this book. I mean, literally nobody.
Especially right now, it's available on Amazon Kindle for free. So there's really no excuse not to go ahead and get one.
Right. It's for free if you are a member of the Kindle deal.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So all it takes is one chapter, one idea, one thought that you can use that pays for this price of the book. But the fact is that it's there's going to be many chapters. There's probably going to be a few that irritate some people because I'm not sympathetic enough to people who never bothered to try to learn probability. I refuse to be sympathetic to people who got themselves in trouble because they didn't want to learn basic logic and basic probability. Mm. And I have, as I said, I have no, especially then if they become arrogant and try and think that they can win or make fun of. That's another thing. Is a lot of people make fun of those people. I just finished reading a post on one of the sites where somebody was making fun of the statisticians. Mm-hmm. And I don't need to know that, or I don't need to do that. And it used to be all the time in poker that people would say, poker's a people game and you don't need to know this other stuff. Of course, they're all broke now. 100% of them are broke, unless they're playing in tiny games. Mm. There's just, you cannot get away with, Daniel has done that too, by the way. I think I think he's coming around, but he used to say, I don't ever want to see the word EV. Please don't ever say the word EV to me. Mm. But you gotta understand it now. Yeah, I think he's come around because he realizes he sounds foolish when he says that. Mm. But for a while, people didn't want to believe that that's important. Mm. And none of this stuff is that hard. Almost none of it is hard. I mean, I wrote in the book. Yes.
No, go ahead. Didn't want to interrupt you.
I wrote in the book about an incident with doctors from Harvard who made an error in their newsletter. I think I wrote about it. Yeah, I did. I wrote about how I got annoyed with doctors in Harvard who made an error. I wrote them a letter. They acknowledged their error, but then in the next newsletter, they did something that made me so mad, which was that they acknowledged their error, and then they said something like,
that the doctors are not supposed to be statisticians, and they don't necessarily have to. Yeah.
Well, they were saying that, you got to excuse us. I mean, we're worried about more important things. But
Right.
see, that would be okay if that would be in a reasonable point if they're ever if in order to have not made the error, they would have had to spend months learning something. They could have learned it in one day. In one day, they could have learned it, and they didn't. And they didn't learn it. They chose not to. They chose to. It's a very famous error in statistics. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but they chose not to. So don't tell me that wasn't a reasonable excuse. Most of the stuff is very easy, or relatively easy. It could be learned in a week. Most of the stuff could be learned in a week, and the stuff that I'm talking about, you can now. It's very. If you want to learn it in a week, what do? There's only one thing to do, right? Buy my newest book.
Exactly.
And you learn it in a week, right? So for those people who want to learn, I mean, I don't go into everything, but I go into how to do. Of course, I do, and even in this book, though, I get controversial, and I get mathematicians mad at me because I do certain problems differently than the way you're supposed to, because it's better. My way is better, though. There's logical tricks to how you would do it. So, I mean, I'll give you a very simple example. We're playing a freeze out, and I have $3 and you have $1, and we flip coins for $1. We flip coins for $1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's the chances that I'll bust you versus you busting me? I have 3, you have 1. Well, the typical mathematician would say half the time I bust you immediately, right? And the other half of the time we go back to, we both have 2. So they would say the chances of me busting you is half the time, 1/2 plus a half times a half. In other words, half the time I win immediately, and half the time I'm even money.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's 7. That comes out to 3/4. Okay, seems like a good enough way to do it. But there's a better way, especially if the numbers get more complicated. You can use pure logic and say, we're flipping coins. Since we're flipping coins, neither one of us has an edge. Okay, so that's number. And now, whenever I win $1. Whenever you win $3. So if we do this multiple times, logic says that we have to break even. Neither one of us has an edge. And in order for us to break even, I have to win 3 out of 4 times. I don't have to do that algebra. I can do it by pure logic.
Mm-hmm.
See what I did there? I must win 3 out of 4 times in order for us to remain even after thousands of freeze-outs. So I do some problems like that instead of doing it the algebraic way, even in this book, and even some of the mathematicians don't like it, but I'm always looking for cleverness rather than learning or memorizing a formula.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I don't know what the associative law is. Now, you learn that like in 3rd grade, and they keep on telling you every year. And I can beat at least 99.9% of people, even to this day, on the math SAT. But I don't know what the associative law. I mean, I know approximately A plus A. Everybody knows it, but me, because I don't memorize things. The associative law is completely logical. I know what the commutative law is because it's just too easy not to know it, but I don't memorize anything. Except sometimes I can't help it because I've used it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bayes' theorem is a really good example. The way I do Bayes. Did you happen to see the Bayes' theorem?
Yeah, I skimmed through
chapter
it.
Yeah.
Well,
the way if you ever learned it in school, you have all these formulas: probability, and then parentheses of A over B or /B over probability of B over A plus B. They give you the formula, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't in my book. I never give any formula. I just talk about it logically. I say that Bayes' theorem is if something can happen in in two different ways, and there's a probability for both. Then if it does happen, it's the ratio of those two probabilities. So if the Yankees are 20% to win the pennant, and the Red Sox are 10% to win the pennant, and you know that it's one of those two who won it, but you don't know which one, it's 2-1 to be the Yankees, 2/3. That's Bayes' theorem. I never used any formulas.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I sometimes stop short of giving them the answer because I want them to think about it. Or I use a really strange technique. I gave questions that needed permutations and combinations to answer, but that chapter comes before I tell you how to do permutations or combinations. So I don't teach you how to do permutations and combinations and then do sample questions. I give the questions first and say, I want you to see why, if you knew how to do combinations, you could have gotten the answer to this question. Here's a question. You don't know how to do permutations and combinations, but if you realize that if you did, you'd be able to easily answer this question. Like, what's the chances of being dealt 4 of a kind in poker? Well, there's the number of ways of being dealt 4 of a kind over the total number of ways of being dealt 5 cards. That will give you the answer. Right, students? And they'll say, right. And I say, okay, well, next chapter I'll teach you how to do that, but I want you to see ahead of time that's what we're going to be doing, because it makes people think in a better way. They don't. Otherwise, if I did it the other way, they would start thinking about how to do the combinations. I don't want them to think about how to do the combinations. That's just accounting. That's just bean counting. I want them to think about the logic behind what's being done. So that's how the book is. I take advantage of that. And that's what the algebra book is going to be even better, because the algebra book is going to be targeted to almost everybody, except for those who are lucky enough to be very proficient at math. But I'm gonna teach algebra the way my father taught me, which is a lot different than even those books that say like Algebra for Dummies. No, those books are still hard. This book won't be. That's my next project. But I wanted to try it out at first on probability.
And it is a wonderful book, and I highly recommend people getting it. David, I have 2 more questions that I want to go over.
Okay.
So let's get into it. First of all, is when you were talking about Daniel, and his famous quote of, don't talk about the EV, never use that in front of me.
Right.
Now he's coming around. And I had a thought about Doyle Brunson, right?
Yeah.
How is he still so good? I am in awe, to be honest, when I think about like the longevity and also his approach, because obviously the super system, which you contributed to, you wrote a chapter on one of the stud games, right?
Uh-huh.
It's a great book.
High-low regular I wrote about. My chapter was high-low, but not 8 or better, which is what they played back then.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, what are your thoughts on Doyle?
I don't have too much to say because I'm almost have. I mean, he plays in the very biggest games, and I'm almost never in those games. So I don't really know enough to say whether he is. It could be anywhere from. There's no doubt that he is very good, but whether he is good enough to hold his own against those players, or whether he has been slowly losing to them over the years, but was so rich that he doesn't. Plus, don't forget, occasionally you do get the tourists. In the very biggest games, you do sometimes get rich tourists. Like, for instance, Guy, the guy who owned Cirque du Soleil. Mm-hmm. And there's others. So if I was if in fact he isn't a winner, he may be close to break even because he loses a little bit when there's no bad players, and then he wins a little bit when there are good players. It's possible that he's a winner. It seems almost impossible, though, because he, hasn't kept up with the very newest ideas in the game, and but there's no doubt. I played enough with him to know he's a very good player, no doubt about that. And let's face it, even when in the days when people were not giving much credit to the new breed of mathematically minded players, look who he was willing to use as his experts. That he used 4 young guys who were to varying degrees that were all college guys. It was Mike Caro, it was me, Chip, Bobby Baldwin, Joey Hawthorne, I'm not sure. But it didn't bother him to use me for high-low split. It didn't bother him to use Chip for 7-card stud when we were both in our 20s. So he had already, and he was a college graduate. So he's now the one thing about him that has always been annoying is that he thinks there's such a thing as rushes. Not just because it's going to intimidate. And now he may have changed his mind by now. I don't know. I mean, he certainly understands odds and understands the best of it and all that. Whether he is, and it's certainly amazing that he's playing well. I guess he's close to 90 now. But, his son is a smart guy. His son, I mean, there's no doubt that he could make a living playing poker in middle-sized games. And as far as the big games, I really can't comment because I never play in those gigantic games. Maybe Chip, him and Chip were friends, and Chip might have taught him a bunch of things that were useful. They also made a lot of money betting baseball by doing something unique at the time, which was to get a computer to play the games, to simulate a game, and then tell you how often Team A won and how often Team B won. They would input all the stats, and the computer in its brain played 1 million games a minute and gave you the right odds. And whenever those odds deviated from the bookies' odds, they would bet, and they made a lot of money doing that several years ago. So, but I mean, I can't. He is at the very least. He is on a 1 to 100 scale. At the very least he's a 90. Whether or not though he is still beating the games he plays in, I don't know. And it would be surprising if he is. It's just a little bit hard to believe that he is. But he may be holding his own, especially because the very biggest games are probably often easier than the somewhat bigger games. The 1,000, 2,000 games may be easier than the 300 and 600 games because of the fact that they occasionally attract the rich tourist.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. All right, David, in the light of the current events, I think a very interesting chapter is the chapter about Bob Stupak running for was it the mayor's position in Vegas?
Yeah. That could have possibly an indirect impact on some things going on in the election. The chapter you're speaking of, he ran for mayor. He originally did it to bet $1 million with Jackie Gaughan. He didn't really take it seriously, although I got him to take it a little more seriously. He was one of 4 candidates who entered the primary. The top 2 then entered the finals. He won the primary easily, and he was against a guy named Ron Lurie for the mayor's position. This was, I think, 1991. Mm-hmm. And he did all kinds of flamboyant stuff, and frankly was very Trump-like in the way he acted. And to the powers that be, it was appalling. even though it's not too important who's mayor of Las Vegas, they don't have much power, but it's still, they were, at the time, they were, horrified by the idea that somebody like him would be the mayor. But he won the primary easily, and he was spending a lot of money to try to win, partly because he had $1 million bet, which I describe in the book, talk about how him and I went to deliver the $1 million to Jackie Gaughan, and we stopped at a restaurant, and Bob went to the men's room, and I'm sitting there at a booth by myself with $1 million next to me. But anyway, that's off the subject. So he did not win the final election, which seemed weird, and there were people who were very suspicious of that election for reasons that I never bothered to investigate. But they were talking about ballots here or this and all kinds of technical reasons why they did not believe it. Plus, of course, it was a little strange that he had beaten Ron Lurie so badly in the primary, and Bob just didn't. He should have. It seems like he was going to win easily, and yet he didn't. He lost by a few percentage. Mm-hmm. And after the election, there was a small newspaper that was owned by Bob that wrote some articles about why it was a very suspicious election, and they gave evidence. I never paid attention, but there were a lot of serious people who thought that somehow that it was a fixed election, that there was stuff going on. Now, fast forward 20 years from there, or about I guess it was to 2009, I think it was. I was no longer the resident wizard. Bob had sold his casino, built the Stratosphere and sold it, and now was suffering from leukemia. And I didn't get to see him that often. But then one day I do bump into him, and we went to the steakhouse at the Bellagio, Prime, and we reminisced. And I also told him about my book that you didn't yet read called DUCY. Mm-hmm. That has like 50 pages about him. There's like a 50-page section on him there, and I wanted him to know about it before it came out, where I chronicle all of the different ideas that I did for him. Well, that's my parrot in the background. I'm kind of famous for that. It's cockatoo. But anyway, so while we're talking, he throws something out, and it's sort of kind of important to realize that he didn't make a big deal of it. He just sort of said it in passing. He says, "Oh, by the way, you know that the mayor's race, I actually did win it." I said, what are you talking about? He said, "Well, I had dinner with Ron Lurie recently, and he admitted it to me." I said, "What?" He admitted it to me. He said that it was orchestrated, that the shenanigans was orchestrated by the Mormon Church. And at the time when he said it, I believed it, and I not only did I believe it, but I wasn't even that appalled, because I remembered back then how scary it was to everybody other than the public that a guy like Bob Stupak would be mayor. I mean, it turned out that Oscar Goodman became mayor, who was almost as flamboyant, and he was a mob lawyer. But at the time, it just seemed like out of the question, and it wasn't an important election. So I said to myself, "Yeah, okay, that I guess they decided that they were going to do something technically illegal to fix the election." I mean, and then, of course, there was always a chance that it wasn't true. It could have been untrue because Bob was lying to me. That seems inconceivable. But more likely, more possibly, Ron Lurie could have been lying to Bob, knowing he was sick, and maybe, just maybe, Ron Lurie was trying to make Bob feel better and say, you actually did win the election. But that seems pretty unlikely. More likely, these were two friends who Ron Lurie, was holding this in his. He was holding the guilt, and he thought he should tell Bob after all these years, after 20 years, that you really didn't win the election. We couldn't have you actually win. It would have been insane at the time, we thought, if you would win, but you did. And I want you to know it. That's, to me, it's just my opinion, but to me, that's a more likely scenario. And I don't think Ron thought he would ever, that Ron Lurie is still alive, by the way. I think he's 79 years old. I don't think Ron thought that Bob would ever tell anybody, but Bob told me, and I decided that I was going to divulge it. I guess some people would argue that I shouldn't have, but I decided to divulge it, not thinking it was that big a deal, although it was kind of a big deal. But now all of a sudden, there is possibly a argument that Nevada once already was willing to mess around with election results, and that would slightly increase the odds that they were willing to do it a second time for similar reasons, maybe. But that's the story. So if now Ron Lurie can be, I don't know if anybody has ever questioned him about my chapter, and how he would answer it, I don't know whether it was true or not. I mean, if it's not true, he'll say it's not true. But if it's true, who knows what he would say? But if in fact the government or the powers that be in Las Vegas fixed an election 30 years ago, some people might think that was a small piece of evidence that they're capable of thinking along those lines. And the strange thing is that chapter has a little bit more relevance. It's not a big data point, but it could conceivably be something that somebody might want to point to, that Nevada once did it. And so maybe they think it's just like those poker players who cheated once, and you said, but then they can't quit. But why would they quit? They did it once, and maybe they'll do it again. Mm. That chapter oddly became slightly more relevant now. Although it looks like, but from what I see as we're speaking, it looks like it may not be relevant, because it looks like Nevada's electoral votes won't swing anything. I don't think, but they might. So if he becomes president because of that chapter, we'll make sure that he remembers us as this information goes across the world.
Mm. That's the problem with small events. You might think, oh, it doesn't matter because it didn't swing anything. What is the viewpoint? What was the swing state? Just how do we decide whether that was when the votes came in? What if the votes were counted, as the first votes to come in? Does it change anything?
No, not in this case. Not in this case. It doesn't matter what order. It didn't have to be the last state. Exactly. It's not because of the last state that we're talking about. We're talking about if with Nevada, Biden, that the winner, all the other states added up to such a close, 267 and 267 or whatever it would be. Mm. In other words, where Nevada went for if Biden won by 3 and Nevada has 6 electoral votes, and they do swing Nevada's, or they make them revote or whatever. If that were to happen, and then Trump won, then their flip is the reason. It doesn't matter whether they were first or last. That's not relevant to this point. If if Biden wins the election by less than 6, then if you flip a state that has 6, that was the state that made the difference, the fact that it got flipped.
Mm.
And if we're the reason that it got flipped, we should expect, at least 10 million each, don't you think?
that would sounds like a good number to me.
On the other hand, we would have to get plastic surgery and leave our country.
Well, you would need to leave the country. I'm okay here. I'm just looking at all the mess that's going on over the ocean from here and in the comfort.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. We don't know who's listening, right? So,
I mean, the fact is that it doesn't really change anything other than a slight point, a slight point of view, because there are some people who are saying, come on, nobody fixes elections. That doesn't really happen, or at least Nevada has never fixed an election. Well, if it was up to me, it's just a pure opinion. If it was up to me, though, I'm 95% sure that Bob wasn't lying to me, and I'm 75% sure that Ron Lurie was not lying to Bob. So that makes it a little bit of a favor to be true.
Mm.
But the only way it could ever be proven is if Ron Lurie himself. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, if it actually happened, there were other people involved, right? So,
right.
I guess, and it really doesn't have that much to do with this election. But the fact is, you may or may not have heard that they're saying that 3,000 people in Nevada who voted don't live in Nevada. I don't know whether that's going to turn out to be true.
Mm.
And the more, there's also the more general point that when one of the candidates is considered horrible and immoral and out of the question and appalling, that people who would ordinarily not commit a crime will sometimes justify that crime. And in the case of when Bob was running for mayor, that might be what the Mormon Church decided was the ethical thing to do. And if such a ideology is accepted in Nevada, in other words, the ends justify the means, then maybe it got repeated. It's all a big long shot, but I wouldn't mind this chapter from that book being part of the conversation. I don't think it's going to happen, but who knows? I mean, it depends how many people listen to your podcast.
Well,
right?
I guess now there's going to be more. I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe they'll this will.
Maybe they cut it down. Maybe nobody's ever going to. Maybe we won't be able to publish.
This will put us both on the map. So
yeah.
It'll become required listening to by all of the people in around the world in government.
Yeah, so. that would be quite a long shot. And speaking of long shots, there was one story which I read, one of the chapters, and I thought, well, this is such an unlikely thing to happen. This is crazy. And specifically, the one that I am referring to is when you were going to the movies. You had a date.
Oh, yeah.
You were going to the movies.
Yeah.
Do you mind telling the story? Because I don't want to give the details to give away the story.
Okay.
It's just a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And this also, I wrote it in another book too, but I was with a very pretty black girl going to the movies. This is, I guess, about, I don't know, I guess almost 20 years ago, but we're at the movies at a casino. She's very pretty and in very good shape. And previously, I had a couple of incidences with her where she saw some item of clothing on some other girl, and I actually went up to the girl and said, "Will you sell me that hat?" I once bought a hat off someone's head to give to her, and so she was used to me doing that. And the reason why that matters is because so now we're at the movie theater, standing online to get a ticket, and for some, I don't know why I did this, but we were talking about that I keep myself in pretty good shape, and I mentioned to her that she could punch me in the stomach and I could take it, I could handle it. And she said, "Okay, I'm going to do that right now." I said, "Right here? You're going to punch me?" "Yeah, let's see if you really can." So I said, "Okay, fine." So I flexed my stomach, and she was in good shape and hit me pretty hard, but I took it. Okay. Now all of a sudden, this young black kid comes up to us and says, "Can I do that?" He says it to me. And, this kid looks like an athlete. He's in good shape. And not only that, he's obviously working at this girl. Her name was Shay. And I was interested in her. I mean, I'm 25 years older than her, and she's her age. And so it was annoying that he said, "Can I do that?" And I said, "No, you can't do that." And then she points to his necklace, a bling, what they call a bling here.
Right.
And this ridiculous necklace. I mean, it's really big, and it has all these rhinestones on it. And so I decided to do my normal little thing. I said to him, I said to Shay, "You like that?" She said, "Look, that's amazing." I said to the guy, "I gave you $200 for the necklace," and he says, "It cost me $750,000." And I said, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, okay, cost you $750,000. Okay, fine. Now can you leave us alone, please," or something like that. And now she's tugging at my sleeve, right, as I'm being kind of nasty to him. And what, Jay? She says, "That's Floyd Mayweather."
This is so crazy. Because first of all, how many people have been at the movies when Floyd Mayweather is also there, right? So that's already a small probability. Yeah. And then you get hit, or you're taking a punch in the stomach. To give him,
yeah.
It's
clearly. By the way, clearly he wasn't going to do it. He didn't say it, but almost certainly what he was doing is he was expecting to be recognized and thought it was funny that he could come up to me. Because imagine if you were Floyd Mayweather, you would think, "Oh, that was funny. I'm going to go up to him and say, 'Can I do it?' And he's going to say, 'Oh, no.'" But I didn't do that. I didn't know who it was, right?
Right.
So it didn't turn out that way. So when he says, "Can I do that?" I thought he meant it, or at least meant it.
Yeah.
He couldn't have meant it because he would have gotten in trouble. So I don't think he meant it. So yeah, that's true. So I have to be in that situation, and he has to say that. And
then you also need to decide to buy his bling for $200,000.
And I have to decide to buy his bling. Well, I mean, and when he said $750,000, I go, but this is a true story. I wrote about it in a couple places, and. Oh, by the way, I have this story I didn't mention, but this is kind of a cool story too. And I happened to be with this girl's friend, Shay's friend, who was also a black girl, and we were at the Venetian. This is a neat story. I should have probably put it in the book. Now, do you know who Morris Chestnut is? Probably don't know the name, but Morris Chestnut is a very successful movie star. He's a movie star. He's black, but he mainly has played in movies that require black actors, like Waiting to Exhale. I don't know if you heard of that movie, but he's very good looking. Okay, very good looking guy. I'm at the Venetian. This is about 2010 10 also, or something like that. I don't remember exactly when it was, but so now I'm at the Venetian with this girl. I was there for a poker tournament, and she came in to say hello, and we're walking through the Venetian, and we're by the front desk, and all of a sudden she says, "Oh my God." "What, Miranda? What?" And she says, "That's Morris Chestnut checking in." I said, "Who's Morris Chestnut?" Because I didn't. She said, "You don't know him? He's a movie star." And then when I saw him, I actually did recognize him. And I said, "Why don't you get his autograph?" She said, "Oh, no. Like, I can't. I'm too nervous." I said, "Come on, you're a pretty black girl, and he'll give you an autograph." No. Right? So now I'm kind of annoyed. I said, "No, I know that he'll do it." So I say, "Hey, Morris." I yell to him. I'm about 25 feet away, but the two of us are 25 feet away. I say, "Hey, Morris." And I do have to preface this. She had been giving me a hard time, saying to me that, you're just David to me. I know you've written books. I know but to me, you're just David. I want you to always understand that to me, you're David, you're my friend, but I don't care about the books or anything like that. Right? Now, I say, "Hey, Morris." And he turns around. I'm going to say to him, "Will you please autograph my..." He turns around, he looks at me, and says, "David Sklansky, I read all your books." He comes walking up to me. And, Miranda's sitting there with her mouth open. I mean, I could not have asked for a scenario better than that. She had just been giving me a hard time about how I'm a nobody, and as far as she's concerned, she's getting all excited about Morris Chestnut, and as soon as he sees me, he comes running up to me, all excited. That I should have put that in the book. That's for my next edition, maybe the second edition. So I've had a million little anecdotes, and it's many that I have not mentioned. Some are a little bit more iffy, but it just seems to, one thing after another seems to have happened to me, and it's the way my life has turned out because of the combination. I think it's because of the combination of my proclivities and my faults, my talents and my faults add up to a strange combination.
What do you think poker gave you? Like, what did you gain from poker?
Well, it gave me something to get good at, to be good at, to the point where the fact that I was not able to get good at the stuff that I'm supposed to, as far as my family was concerned, I was able to make a name for myself. Like I told you, there's another David Sklansky, and he has to call himself David A. Sklansky, even though he has written 3 books. He's the best law professor at Stanford, and he was a clerk, meaning he was one of the 4 people who were right behind the Supreme Court justice. Mm-hmm. He is a big shot, and yet he has to use his middle initial so they know that it's him rather than me. So because poker, even though I think it's a little bit of a silly reason to become famous, the fact is that I'm not actually famous, but I mean the number of people who probably could identify my name in this world is probably at least 5 million, between 5 and 10 million. Not too many people can be identified by 5 to 10 million people. Mm. I mean, there's plenty who can be identified by 5 billion, but 5 million isn't chopped liver. It's not too bad.
Mm. Absolutely.
So and I've had people come up to me and say, because of you, I would never have achieved what I have achieved in various ways except because of you. I've even had people tell me they were ready to commit suicide until they read my books, and then they got something to sink their teeth into. So, but I'm not done yet. The Algebra book is going to put me on the map because every teacher is going to tell their student, look, if you're having trouble, we can't teach you in a super easy way because it's too demeaning for us. But if you want to get through, if you want to make things easy for yourself, go ahead and buy the Sklansky's Algebra book. So then everybody in the world will know me, and then I'll be happy.
That's a beautiful cause. Your probability book definitely should be a must-read for a lot of people. In the gambling world, we think in terms of probabilities naturally, but for a general population, some of these concepts are completely foreign, and they're so important.
Right, and hopefully I made it as easy as possible. Sometimes, I mean, it's never going to be super easy, but I believe that, I mean, all you really need to know pretty much is how to multiply fractions and use a little logic, and you can do an awful lot of things with that if you slow down and think. And I describe the book, and of course, in that probability book, there's also some essays about the real world situations and some famous probability problems, and the birthday problem.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sure you know the birthday problem, and
yeah, and you've mentioned it in the Vegas book as well.
Oh, did I? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, but it was also in the probability book. Yeah, I just noticed.
Yeah, well, that's a famous problem. That's probably the most famous probability. That's the most famous probability problem, period, by far, because it's counterintuitive. Now, I designed this casino game based on that, and I wasn't able to sell it. But and I have a lot of ideas about a few other things too, like internet poker. I mean, I was considering trying to get a job as a consultant for one of these internet sites for various new games. It's just so hard for them to program new games. Maybe we'll do a second interview, and this time we'll be a little bit more organized. So we'll have some very precise subjects to talk about, and I can think about them first.
Yeah, absolutely. We could do that. Especially, we even didn't touch on the topic of the games, and there are several chapters. Very interesting chapters in your book about that. How you came up with the
about what
basically became the Caribbean poker.
Yeah.
Right. So we didn't.
Yeah. That's interesting because of the not just the story of the invention, but the story of the patent and and all the different things that happened there. Yeah. That game is starting to lose a little bit of its luster because there's so many other poker games. When I was in Russia, by the way, this is another story I didn't tell you or didn't write about.
It was in the book. It was in the book when you saw that they had that game in the casino, and
I did.
That lady Mariana was
yeah.
Oh, you pointed out to her that that's my game. I invented it, and she was like, yeah.
Right, and she's and I didn't even try to argue with her. I mean, like, oh yeah, you invented the game. We're in Russia right now, and who are you? And she didn't even realize exactly what I was doing. Yeah, that's my game. Yeah, it's some American that I just happened to find, and now you invented this game that in this casino. Okay, sure. I understand you're trying to impress me, David, but you try to do something that seems reasonable. But there it was, and the same with the Stratosphere. As I tell you, I've also at times been with people. I say, you see that tower? I'm the reason that tower's built. Oh, you're the reason that the Stratosphere Tower in Las Vegas is built. Uh-huh. Okay. I think maybe we better call the doctor.
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still here. I was just laughing here. I didn't realize that. I was laughing away from the microphone, so it's probably... I tend to do that. Yeah.
I have been involved in, for one reason or another, I've been involved in a bunch of strange, interesting occurrences. And so that's why I wrote the book. I also... Though, as I did say in the book, and I admitted in the book, I said the main reason I wrote the book, though, is because of those few chapters where I have ideas for the world, but I know no one's going to read them unless they get entertained by the rest of the book. You didn't ask me about the Steve Wynn chapter, right?
Oh yeah, the Steve
or the Carl.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
The Carl Icahn chapter, or the Well, Steve Wynn, I don't know. It's okay to say this on the podcast?
Yeah, of course.
Because the final...
Yeah, the final thing is, but why not?
That's okay to say. If I can't say the quote, then it doesn't even matter. Okay, so this is... Steve Wynn was owning the Golden Nugget before he did anything else. And he was pretty young. He was like 28 years old, but he bought the Golden Nugget, and he used to play poker a little bit. And he read my book, and so he knew me a little bit, and we were slightly friendly. And I had noticed a very pretty girl in the Golden Nugget coffee shop who was just a bus girl, and I had talked to her a couple of times. She told me that the reason why she wasn't a cocktail waitress. The reason why she wasn't doing more than that was because she wasn't even 21 yet. I said, so are you going to be a cocktail waitress when you're 21? You're so pretty. And she said, no, I think I want to work in the computer department somewhere. I'm studying computers. And I said, maybe here? She said, maybe. I said, well, I happen to know the owner of the whole place, and maybe I might be able to help you do that. Oh, that's nice, right? And, so I was sort of hitting on her. And then I see Steve Wynn a few days later, and I say to him, could you do me a favor, Steve? Walk into the coffee shop and talk to this girl and tell her that you heard about her. So it would be a feather in my cap. And he said, okay, sure. So him and I walk into the coffee shop, and he never went into the coffee shop. He only went to the nicest restaurants even then. So everybody's a little scared about why is Steve Wynn in the coffee shop? And then him and I walk to the counter, which seems weird. And then we start talking to the bus girl, and Steve did what he said he would do. And we walk out 10 minutes later, and everybody is aghast. What just happened? And I guess they asked her what and why. But so I never did. It never did do me much good. I think I might have never even seen her again, but that was the end of that story. Now, as years go by, Steve becomes an incredibly powerful man in Las Vegas. He builds a Mirage, and then it goes on to build a Bellagio, and then the Wynn. So he's really a big shot, and most people know that. He eventually got into trouble, though, because of the Me Too movement. In any case, he also is having problems with his eyes. He can't see very well. He has retinitis pigmentosa. And as years go by, I see him less and less often. He stops playing poker. And, I'm not in his league anymore. But occasionally, a couple of times we talked for a moment. And now it's about 15 years later, and he's in the pit. It was either the Mirage or the Bellagio, with a bunch of big shots, suits, vice presidents or whatever. And he's standing in the pit, which was unusual for him. And as I walk past him, I never even try to say hello anymore, because I would have to get right in front of him so he could see me. Mm-hmm. But I noticed that he's in the pit. I'm wondering what he's doing. And now as I walk past, I hear someone say, "Hey, David." I turn around, and it's Steve Wynn motioning me to come toward him with all these vice presidents around him. I hadn't talked to him for a couple of years. And I'm thinking, what is going on? Why is he calling me that? Oh, I know. He's contemplating some new casino game, and he wants me to give my opinion of it. Must be why he's calling me. So I go over into the pit with all these guys around. I said, "What's going on?" What's going on? He said, "Hey, remember that girl at the Golden Nugget that I went into the restaurant with you?" I said, "Yeah." "You ever fuck her?" And that's the end of the story. So after all those years, all that power, he's still a 14-year-old boy, just like all other men are. They just don't usually admit it. He was willing to say it in front of 8 other guys in suits too. They were all just listening to him. He said it the same way my junior high school buddy would have said it to me. There was no difference. It was like, I felt like saying, you're Steve Wynn. You own 5 casinos and you're a billionaire, and you're in the middle of a meeting with all these vice presidents, and you stop me to say that? But I didn't say that. I just said, no, I didn't. And that was the end of it. But that's in the book. Yeah. He probably isn't too hot. And then, of course, this is right when he's getting into that other problem. I mean, and it makes more sense now that he got into the problem with the masseuses that he supposedly did stuff with. But yeah. And I had a similar thing with Carl Icahn. Carl Icahn paid for me to fly to New York to have dinner with him because he wanted to ask me about some sports betting thing. Carl Icahn, as you probably know, is 10 times as rich as Steve Wynn. He's one of the richest men in the world. And during the dinner, just out of nowhere, he says, I got so much fucking money. And I'm thinking to myself, what? That's what a person who has 2.3 million might say, not someone who has 35 billion. I got so much fucking money, like he's a kid again. I mean, but it's all like they say. It's like these guys, no matter how rich and famous and influential they get, they're still basically 14-year-old boys still. So I put that anecdote in there.
Yeah. I don't even know what to think of it. Because in a way, it's beautiful that people still stay the 14-year-old boys, and at the same time, it's pathetic. So it's kind of, I
don't know about beautiful. The problem is that 14-year-old boys' attitude toward the world is probably not the best. So it's probably
absolutely. Yeah.
But I'm still a 14-year-old boy also, so I can't really criticize anybody.
Because there's a certain also curiosity and naivety that goes with it. That it's good to see that people still have that in them as opposed to becoming...
Well, did you ever see the movie Citizen Kane?
Citizen Kane, I have to admit that I haven't. I obviously know about
Citizen
the movie.
Kane
I've heard a lot about it, but
he was supposedly the same. It was based on Randolph Hearst, the Hearst newspapers. Again, a super duper rich guy, right? And then when he died in the movie, his last words were "snowbird" or something like that, right? Or Rosebird, or I forget what it was. Let's say it was Rosebird. And that was his last words. And then the whole movie was trying to figure out who was he talking about? What was he talking about? And this reporter was doing everything to find out what this mega person was saying his last words. And they don't actually ever find out, but they flash at the very end to when he was 4 years old. His sled named Rosebird died. I mean, didn't die. It got burnt in the fire. Mm-hmm. So the last thing he thought of was something that bothered him when he was 4. And of course, is that you didn't mention the very last chapter of the book, my little story about being in a hospital bed.
The story about being in a hospital bed.
Did you read the very last chapter, or did you not quite get that far?
Yeah, I read the whole book. I'm just
okay.
thinking...
Well, the last chapter was about where you were paralyzed in a hospital room.
Why?
Very last chapter. An unexpected ending was the name of the chapter.
Yeah, the unexpected ending, the theoretical, hypothetical, right?
Yeah, it was. It was like a Twilight Zone little story, but you could. I mean, the fact is that there is a possibility that it's sort of like saying that we're in a simulation and that it's not really us here and all that. And
yeah, it's a bit like the Matrix kind of idea.
I guess sort of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But I tried to make it logical. I tried to say that it's reasonable. So, one good thing about not having a job is you get a chance to think about a lot of things. And I like thinking. See, a lot of people don't like to think. They want to avoid it. I actually enjoy it. I don't like it when I'm not thinking about something. So of course I'm going to think of more things than the average person because thinking is something I like to do.
Mm.
And unlike the typical person who likes to think, they usually have a specialty that they're thinking about, whether it be math or physics or something. I didn't get far enough in those subjects where I'm thinking about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. I know what that is. I do think about that a little bit, but not too much.
That is, for me, reading the book, the things that stood out the most, which I found really beautiful, is the way you looked at some everyday problems and things that many people would just walk by, don't think twice about it. And yet you saw either the flaws or the mistakes or the inaccuracies or, just thought from a different perspective. And it's so interesting to hear these stories, to see how other, some people's brains work, because, you are in the minority in this world, I would say, in terms of, how your mind works. And
well, I will say one thing, though, against myself, or at least as not so much of a criticism, but one thing that I do, like when I put a post up on our website, people a lot of times will say, you think you can apply your mathematical thinking to everything. Every time you put a post up, you show some kind of logical or mathematical thing. And you really can't do that. Well, the reason why they're wrong is because they don't realize that I don't listen to a subject and then think of what my opinion is of it. In other words, I don't choose subjects to analyze. The way I wrote about it once is subjects choose me. I don't just say, tell me a subject and I'll tell you what I can add to it.
Mm-hmm.
I only write about subjects that I believe I can add something to it. Most subjects I do not think I can add to it. I don't think, a lot of people think that I am so arrogant that if you start talking about quilting, I will give you my 2 cents about quilting, but I won't. The reason I give my 2 cents about subjects where I find a flaw or find something that I think I can add. That is the minority. That's only a small percentage of the subjects that I know about or have read about. So of course it looks like I think I know everything about everything, but actually I only write about those things that have obvious things to be said about them that no one else has said. But I do not think that I have something to say about most subjects. I only think I have something to say about subjects where there's something that has been not yet said. And so I give a deceptive, I give a deceptive, I can't think of the word, but people's opinion of me is a little bit wrong because they think that I think I can say something about everything. I think I only can say things about a few things, but those are the only ones I ever offer an opinion about. If you ask me an opinion about something at random, I'm more likely than most people to say I don't know. I'm more likely, not less likely than most people. Most people are willing to give their opinion about a lot of things because they're not as hard on themselves about whether they've thought about it enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know enough about most things. One thing I do know, though, about most things is that in many cases you add one extra piece of information and you have to change your opinion. I know that from poker. In other words, if you tell me a poker hand and you ask me what you should do on the river, I'll say something. But then if you say, oh wait, I forgot to tell you that on the turn I checked first. I'll say, well, in that case, I got a whole new answer. Do we have to do something, Sue? But yeah, you didn't ask me about my scandal, but we'll do that next time.
Yeah, we can do that next time. David, listen, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you. Really appreciate you making the time today. And I'll put the links to all the recent books and, all the material that people want to find. It's all going to be in the description. So it's going to be easy for everybody to find. And I really hope that people will go ahead and buy at least one of these 3 books, which you recently wrote.
Great. I appreciate it.
Well, David, thank you so much.
You.
And maybe just say something to the audience, like the last word, like buy or something. I don't know.
Okay. So I appreciate this interview. I want to mention, by the way, that I probably would never have gotten to this point without Mason Malmuth, who I didn't mention until now, but he had a lot to do with my success, and I thank him.
And
the same with my parrot, who you now hear in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are so many things we should still reconvene at some point and talk about, and I hope we'll make it happen. Anyway, David, thank you so much, and you have a good day today.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Check out the description. You can find the links to some of David's books there. And of course, I'd highly appreciate if you subscribe, click a like, spread the word about the podcast. Also, if you'd like to receive a regular newsletter with my key takeaways from each episode, go ahead and subscribe to it on runchukspodcast.com. That's RUNCHUKS podcast.com. I write those myself. I take it seriously, and I really enjoy the interaction with the readers. So I hope you'll sign up, and I'll be back for you next time. Thank you.